Good evening. Hope you guys are doing well. Been tracking these storms all day, and they're finally on the doorstep. Your weather radio might have been going off because if you look off to the west, it sure is looking active. And Josh Rudder just joined me. He just got off done storm chasing, and he probably saw some active weather earlier during the day. And tonight we're going to be seeing that energy making its way in. Josh, you were just out there, so what's it feel like? Feels like severe weather?
It does, and I'm going to tell you guys right now, I don't like the feel of anything that's going on right now because these storms, they struggled throughout the daytime hours. They didn't really do much, out in central Oklahoma. But once night fell, I mean, this is a serious nocturnal severe weather threat that's going on right now, folks. Several significant violent tornadoes that have already occurred in southeastern Oklahoma. We've got the parameter spaces here in northwest Arkansas as well for this to be maintained. So we're very concerned.
Yeah, off to our west, we have considerable severe storms. We have a confirmed tornado, and let's just get right to Mega Doppler right now. So here it is right here. So we have a line of storms in Oklahoma, already east of Tulsa. So it's going to be here within the half hour to 1 hour. We already have a severe storm warning for Delaware County.
Another severe storm warning, tornado possible tag just came out.
Yeah, and that northern severe thunderstorm up there in Delaware County, that is a considerable storm. So 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and just south of that, that is a tornado possible. So
new warning for Delaware County, which includes western and southwestern Delaware County. So that was that tornado possible.
Yeah,
right
so
there.
Yes, we got Mega Doppler up right now, tracking these storms. It's going to be going live on TV if need be. But until then, we have no tornado warnings, just in our far western counties, just a couple severe storm warnings. But I anticipate tonight to get very active. I've been sending out updates all day. We've got a live weather blog right now. You can check that out on knwa.com and fox24.tv. So Anderson should be here any minute.
Okay.
And Dan, can you check that octa? Because it just looks strange to me.
Yep, I sure will.
I think it's good, but who knows anymore?
Looks strange, but as soon as you want to tell people to go to knwa.com and they go to the live stream.
Yeah, so you can also join us on knwa.com and go to the live stream page. We should probably it's already open. Oh yeah, you see it right there.
Oh yeah. Yeah, you're good.
All right, it's good.
You're on there.
All right, so that should be good. So again, it's going to be a long night. I would definitely
a very dangerous night, everyone. If you got warnings that are in your path, you need to take them very seriously. So it's okay. Right now the camera's adjusting. I'm getting changed right now, so I'm putting on the coat and tie.
Yeah. So again, all hazards possible. We got damaging winds, tornadoes. Those are our two main threats. Large hail, that's going to be a secondary threat. And flooding, I think that's going to be a serious issue for us as we go throughout. Heading towards daybreak tomorrow, we could see some flooding issues. But as of right now, we got this line of storms making its way in. And I can show you the risk. It is
We have a new risk? The day one?
No, this looks pretty similar. So we got a moderate risk.
It's not out yet. The new day one should be out here any minute.
All right.
Which will cover the storms after 7 o'clock in the morning for the isolated supercell. I think they'll go in hands.
They have to.
This thing right here, do you want me to say no?
Huh?
This systematic recovery, do you want me to say no?
Yeah.
Or, I don't even know what that means.
It's a backup.
Is that going to affect us?
It'll make the computer a little sluggish.
Yeah, it sure is.
Yep.
Yeah, so as of right now, it's looking quiet, but those winds might be starting to pick up in Delaware County.
No, they will be.
That right there is a tornado watch. And it's just...
So 7 a.m.
Yeah. It's hard to update the live blog when we're...
Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it.
We're already live.
We're already live.
Yeah. You can't do the live blog anymore.
What's going on?
You want to walk along?
Pretty much.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, so we're getting comments about specific areas. Is Bentonville safe? No,
Hey.
These storms are coming right towards Bentonville.
Mike 2. And I have IFB 3.
So if you're just joining, we got a significant severe weather event tonight. You can see this line off to our west, and
Yeah, I need
we got everything from confirmed tornadoes to significant severe thunderstorms. So definitely don't go to bed. If you're watching this, if you're in the path of
Or
these
have
storms,
a way to get warnings, yeah, if you're alerted at night. Because
yeah. Yeah, so we're just getting ready for possible wall-to-wall
that's a
coverage.
confirmed tornado just west of us, Cherokee County.
Yeah.
That's moving towards, we're gonna do some storm tracks for you. That's
Mhm.
southwest Delaware County.
What's the speed on that? Tornado warning.
This entire line is rotating, by the way, so you just gotta be super careful.
32 knots, which is like 35 miles per hour, 36. Something like that. Yeah, so that's what we're looking at. Confirmed tornado. It's got the classic look, that nub. Just north of Wagoneer.
Hey, Zach,
Yes, sir.
0 to 1 kilometer helicity is 300 to 400.
Yeah. Yeah, that is not good. So if you're just tuning in, we got Mega Doppler loaded. We are showing this line of storms making its way in. We got Josh doing a storm track on that tornado right there. And when he's done with that, you can pop that up.
Let's pull that up right now.
Here it is right here.
So yeah, so that is a tornado warning that is on that storm right now, just off to the west of Toppers. And you see that black outline around it. That is a tornado warning that has an observed tornado on the ground. It's been confirmed either by radar or storm spotters. It's moving off to the north and east at about 40 miles per hour. Should be arriving in portions of a weather coverage area within the next 30 minutes or so. They're in southern Delaware County. So that includes areas like Oaks at 1:46 a.m., 2:11 a.m. in Siloam Springs. We got a lot of viewers out there that are watching right now. 2:18 a.m. in Gentry and Benton County, 2:27 a.m. in Gravette, and 2:37 a.m. in Centerville. Again, right now, this tornado warning has that observed tag attached to it. Of course, these storms can ebb and flow, but this particular thunderstorm has a history of producing tornadoes. So that's why we need to keep an eye on this over the next hour or so, because it can continue to ramp up. It can continue to cause tornadoes as it progresses off to the northeast. So if you live in Delaware County, you live in western Benton County, southwest Missouri, towards Berry and McDonald County, you need to keep an eye on this storm over the next hour or so, because it looks like it's going to be arriving in our weather coverage area within the next 30 minutes.
Yeah, Josh, why don't you load up that brand new watch just so we can show just like a wide view, because we got a lot of people just joining, around 1,500 people.
Yeah.
New tornado warning on this southern storm too near Eufaula.
Yeah.
So that's going to
coming
be
towards Sequoia.
Yeah.
So you can see multiple tornado warnings. Tornadoes definitely possible tonight.
I mean, there's going to be tornado warnings left and right, guys.
So
this is like night of the
You gotta load it up.
twisters on this line.
All right, so here's a fresh, the yellow tornado watch. Now notice how it goes till 7 a.m. So this is going to be an all-nighter for us. And Little Rock County is not included yet, but that may change.
Yeah.
But again, 7 a.m. So into daybreak Sunday.
Yeah, this tornado warning is almost to our weather coverage area.
It's going to be here pretty soon.
Yeah, that was a brand new tornado warning too. So let's go ahead and take a look at that tornado warning real quick. Do you mind? We take a look at that one and see what it says. I don't think it has an observed tag attached to it.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, what do you think? Tulsa a good radar right now?
No,
Fort
no.
Smith.
Keep it on Fort Smith.
So I'm going to put a storm track on this storm as well. That's moving off to the east.
Oh, you had it on. You had it. I thought you had it on Fort Smith. Okay, you had it on Tulsa. Yeah, on the backside. That's fine. It's going to be attenuated a lot throughout that heavy rain, so it's best to put it on Fort Smith. Yeah.
Yep. So here's a look at that tornado
What
warning.
we'll do is we can flip back and forth.
Again, this is outside of our weather coverage area right now. This tornado warning was just issued a few minutes ago near Eufaula. And that storm looks like it's moving off to the east-northeast at about 35 miles per hour. So if we put a storm track on that, take it off to the east-northeast within the next couple of hours, you notice it's going to be pushing through our weather coverage area pretty soon. So we're talking 1:50 a.m. Weber's Falls, 2:21 a.m. in the Salisaw area, 2:30 a.m. Brushy, 2:46 in Roland. And if this can maintain its strength, Zach, it would be arriving near the Fort Smith area within the next couple of hours or so.
Yeah.
And of course, here's the deal about these storms is that they might start speeding up as they progress off to the east. And the reason why that is because the upper level energy is really starting to kick in right now. So that is something to keep an eye on. Because, right now they're still a little bit west of the area. They're moving at about 35 to 40 miles per hour. But I wouldn't be surprised if these storms sped up to, about 50 miles an hour. Because we saw that up in southern Kansas.
Yeah, Josh. So you see 2:30, it looks like, for 2:57 Fort Smith. That it might be arriving a lot sooner.
Yeah. You know what I'm going to do here, Zach? What I'm going to do here is I'm going to take a wide view of this line. What we're going to do is we're going to make a big track right here.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to put this at about, on average, 40 miles an hour right now. We're going to line that up right there. Push it off to the east-northeast. So now you can kind of see a general view of that line of storms as it progresses off to the east-northeast. I think it'll be arriving in northwest Arkansas a little bit quicker than the river valley. So if you live in areas like Salisaw, Bella Vista, I know we got somebody who asked a question about Bella Vista. Looks like within the next hour or so in the Bella Vista area, about 2:24 a.m., if this storm maintains its speed at about 40 miles per hour. Fayetteville, 2:36 a.m., and Cassville at 2:57 a.m. So it looks like, Zach, this line of storms is going to be pushing through the I-49 corridor within the next hour to an hour and a half.
Yeah, I think so too, Josh. And here's a good question right here, because if you look at the risk, it does drop off as you head east. So do you think these storms will maintain strength, or will they begin to weaken?
I think they're going to maintain their strength. And the reason why I think they're going to maintain their strength is because we kind of analyzed mesoanalysis. A lot of parameters in place for significance. You'd rather here in northwest Arkansas. Again, we hope they fall apart, right? We're watching that very closely, but this is a very healthy QLCS. This is not on the weakening trend as it pushes into northwest Arkansas. It's still going to maintain its strength more than likely with all the parameters that are in place. Because the parameters that we have in place right now, Zach, are very similar to the ones that we have just off to the west of the area too. So I think this QLCS is going to maintain its strength. I think we're going to see the potential for rotating thunderstorms. We already got tornado warnings along the line. I see no reason why that won't continue as it progresses off to the east-northeast, but definitely something we got to keep an eye on. Another thing we got to keep an eye on too, and the Storm Prediction Center mentioned this in their mesoscale discussion, is that there could be additional supercells that develop out ahead of this line, especially in portions of the river valley. And if those supercells do develop, you need to keep an eye on this along the south of Interstate 40. That's going to be the most likely area for these supercells. But I think we've got a confirmed tornado report right there on Mega Doppler. What does that say right there, Zach? Can we go ahead and look at that real quick there? That was just off to the west. So when was that report made right there? So it looks like there was a tornado observed on radar. Yeah, at 12:59, 2 miles northeast of Porter in Wagner, Oklahoma County.
Yeah.
So that's very near our weather coverage area.
Yeah. So we're getting questions. Why aren't we on TV yet? Well, the storms are not currently impacting our forecast area yet, but they are going to be very, very soon. That's why we're live on social media.
Yeah.
And those winds up there in Delaware County, they might already be starting to pick up pretty soon.
Yeah, and remember that Delaware County storm too has a tornado possible tag attached to it. And we always mention this with these QLCS type events, right? These storms can rapidly intensify. So you almost need to treat these severe thunderstorm warnings, Zach, as tornado warnings at points.
Yeah.
Because we saw that with the Garfield tornado very recently, how it just ramps up within 1 or 2 scans, then it goes away. Now, the difference with that tornado and this particular system that's coming through, this one is much healthier in terms of its strength. And
And these winds are near tornado strength. We got considerable tags. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw some 80-mile-per-hour winds along this storm line here as it comes through.
Yeah, especially on the southern end of that line. That severe thunderstorm warning near McAllister looks particularly intense right there. But again, I mean, the orientation of this line is very favorable for not only spin-up tornadoes, but strong tornadoes as well. We've already seen strong tornadoes along this line throughout the evening hours in southern Oklahoma that have caused significant damage to a lot of locations.
Yeah.
And we've been watching that very closely. So we need to be very diligent on these areas. I'll tell you that supercell that's near Eufaula right now is just really cranking up.
Yeah, and so is the other one.
yeah.
TBS to southwest of Delaware County. The line that's approaching Washington County as it moves towards Adair County has a considerable tag on it. All of these storms will have the potential to produce tornadoes. It's all balanced along what's called the UDCZ, the updraft, downdraft convergence zone. This is a very favorable environment for tornadoes this morning. Unfortunately, this is something that we've dreaded with this system, and there are going to be most likely multiple tornado warnings that will be coming through our weather coverage area. They are just southwest of our weather coverage area, as Zach mentioned. And as soon as they get worn down, we're getting in place, and we're going to be going wall-to-wall coverage, as we like to call it.
Hey, Josh, why don't you zoom in on we got a question from Julie here. Could you tell us about the tornado warned county to storm near Wagner? We live 2.5 miles northeast of Jay. So you're under a severe storm warning right now.
So you're under a severe thunderstorm warning, but remember this severe thunderstorm warning that is included in your area has a tornado possible tag. Now, based on the current track of this storm that's going on near Wagner, you need to be keeping an eye on this right now. I don't think you need to take your tornado precautions right now if you live in Jay. But within the next 20 to 30 minutes or so, this storm is going to be moving through your area. So you'll notice the orientation of this line. There's that tornado warning right there. And as it progresses off to the north and east, within the next 20 to 30 minutes, if we've got a tornado warning on this, you need to be taking your tornado precaution. I would not be surprised if that happened if you live near the Jay, Oklahoma area. So Jim is asking a question here. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, and that's exactly right. So that's why we're watching that Wagner storm very closely. So again, you watch these severe thunderstorm warnings with tornado possible tags, Dan, and a lot of times with these QLCS events, they can just ramp up quickly, and so you almost have to treat them like they're normal tornado warnings because they rapidly intensify. And if you live in that Jay area, I know somebody was asking about Jay. You probably need to be keeping a close eye on this. Not quite time yet to take those tornado precautions, but that one storm that's northeast of Wagner is tracking towards your area right now. So we'll be keeping a close eye on that. We'll be keeping a close eye on all these thunderstorms. There's that severe thunderstorm warning that was just now issued. Looks like for portions of Adair and Sequoia County. That severe thunderstorm warning is for 60-mile-per-hour wind gust, and let's see if that's got that tornado possible tag. It does. So we got that tornado possible tag on that severe thunderstorm warning. You can see that right there. That includes Stillwell and Salisaw, and that severe thunderstorm warning looks like it's going to go until 2:15 a.m. So we're at the beginning stages of this here in Northwest Arkansas.
Don't, Alex. Don't. I see you. Don't. Not tonight.
Yep. Nope. Not hype for those people that were impacted.
Yeah, just
in
don't.
Southern Oklahoma.
Don't. Not tonight.
Yep. So.
If you want us to jump that barbecue contest, don't. Not tonight.
Yeah. So a lot of people are talking about the winds that are getting crazy right now in Rogers, and yeah, they definitely are. Those low-level winds are cranking up out there, dude. They are cranking up. Yep.
Parameter space is off the charts with this system.
Yep.
300 to 400 storm relative velocity on this system.
It's bad news.
I hope it weakens. I hope it dies
warning.
out. So there we go. Tornado warning. We're on the air.
Yep.
Let's go.
Anderson.
Our mics are already As soon as we turn it on to PCR, okay, we got a tornado warning for Delaware County. This is the storm that's entering into southwestern sections of Peggs. We just drove through there on 412. We were there like maybe an hour ago, but knowing that we would have to come back, this is why we've essentially been on this storm. This is in, by the way, that northwestern section of northwestern section of Cherokee County, and then it's extending into southwestern Delaware County. So let's go on the air
Yep,
here.
there we go.
Okay, we'll do the whole thing. We're just going wall to wall, and we're going to switch it to PCR. Ready?
Yeah, ready.
Stand by for wall to wall television coverage, starting now. Are we on, Anderson? Okay, well, we didn't have the monitors on. Hi, everyone. We are live with tornado coverage as we are going to be covering these storms throughout the morning. Very, very dangerous weather system that is moving into Northwest Arkansas, and it's moving really quickly. So we got Zach Gilday, also got Josh Rugger, and we're going ahead and get right to it and talk about this tornado warning storm that's in southwestern Delaware County in the part of our weather coverage area. These storms have been rotating throughout the day and throughout the night and continuing into the morning. And so if we take a look right now at our WeatherBug network cameras, you can see those storms moving really, really fast. But we're starting off with tornado warning coverage on Weather 1, and we're doing a storm track on this. And so we've got everybody here geared up in the weather lab, going to be tracking these storms, keeping you safe throughout this morning on Sunday as we get closer to the end of the weekend. We knew it was going to be a turbulent one. If we track this storm in the path of that warning, it's moving northeast rather quickly at about 40, 45 miles an hour. Here's the very latest information with this tornado warning. So we got a tornado warning until 2 o'clock in the morning. This does not include Benton County. So if you are getting alerted in Benton County, there are storms that are going to be on the way, and there is a tornado watch in Benton County until 7 a.m. But this tornado warning does not include Benton County. It's in southwestern Delaware County into central Delaware County. So it's on our northwestern fringe of our weather coverage area. But a lot of lightning. We can see it off in the distance from some of our WeatherBug network cameras. And so on Weather 1, you'll notice the track of that system taking it to the northeast, Kansas, at 1:55 in the morning. Now, Josh and I were tracking storms and doing some storm chasing on our day off today, or should I say yesterday, as we were following these storms in. And you could tell the atmosphere was really energized, especially this evening. And now that storm is making its way northeast. So here are the people that need to be taking cover from these storms. The winds were howling too when we were driving on 412 eastbound. So Maysville at 122, that'll be making it into northwestern Benton County if it in fact holds together. Chances are it will, and it definitely looks like it will. Let's go ahead if we can, and we're going to be bringing up here on Weather 2, and we'll bring up Mega Doppler, and we'll bring that up full here in just a second. So Mega Doppler showing that area of rotation on Weather 2. And you can see this circulation, very, very intense. Pegs, you need to be immediately taking your tornado precautions. These storms are not only moving fast, but they are developing fast. They're rotating fast. So, Josh, we're going to put some streets on this as we zoom in on Heil Heating Cooling Mega Doppler. And looks like so zoom in just a little bit more. Now, we've got our computer here on the right-hand side of the screen so we can track this and we can keep this updated. And we're from the radar in Fort Smith, it looks like, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. So let's track, let's put some roads here on southwestern Delaware County. It looks like some of those roads are missing for some reason.
Like it's missing right now.
It's a little interesting. All right. Well, you can see Pegs is going to be impacted by this storm. Let's look at the reflectivity on Mega Doppler, and the circulation is definitely intense with this storm. And this is the way it's going to be throughout the night. We've got this line anywhere along the leading edge of the line. You can see this descending reflectivity core that's happening. That's going to be the essentially the rear inflow jet that is going to prompt this circulation from spinning up. Now, we looked at, as we were on our way to Northwest Arkansas from our storm chase in eastern Oklahoma, you could see the winds spinning ahead of the storm in terms of what we call storm relative velocity. It's the amount of wind shear that's in the atmosphere, and this is definitely a strong circulation. So there it is right there, just now approaching Pegs. Let's see if we have any type of debris signature. We'll know that as this becomes what's called a TDS. So don't see any type of debris signature showing up. I think this isn't quite co-located with the velocity signature, so I won't say that that is a correlation correlation coefficient drop, a CC drop, as we'd like to call it. That means the radar is, when you see that blue area that shows up on the radar screen, see there's the circulation entering into the southwest side of Pegs. Now keep in mind, these storms are moving so fast that the radar, when it updates, it's probably a little bit behind. And that was the case today when we were looking at these storms. We also have another tornado warning that's just west of Sequoia County, but man, that circulation is strong and intense, and that is going to be making it very quickly into southwestern Delaware County. Josh, let's do a storm track on that on Weather 1. I'll bring up some WeatherBug Network cameras. You'll be able to see some of this energy moving in. And let me know when we got a storm track on Weather 1, and we can go ahead and bring that up.
All right, so we got that pulled up right now, Dan, and we'll go ahead and go through all the towns that could be impacted by this tornado-warned storm. Of course, 1:26 a.m., we're looking at Snake Creek area right there. So if you live in the Snake Creek area, you need to take your tornado precautions immediately. Of course, as the storm moves off to the north and east, it will start impacting Delaware County. So in our weather coverage area, we're looking at 1:41 a.m. in the Twin Oaks locations, 1:48 a.m. Cloud Creek, 1:58 a.m. Sycamore, and it looks like maybe 2:01 a.m. in Cherokee City, 2:04 a.m. in Maysville. And then in northwestern Benton County, the storm is likely to maintain its strength and at least produce damaging wind gusts. But you need to go ahead and take a look at this thunderstorm if you live in northwest Benton County, 2:10 a.m. in Decatur and 2:13 a.m. in Gravette. Again, that's about an hour down the road in those locations. But Dan, we've been watching these storms throughout the evening hours. You know, they ramp up, they intensify, they produce tornadoes, they weaken briefly, and then they re-intensify again. And we have the same parameters in place in northwest Arkansas that we did in central and southern Oklahoma as well, that produced strong tornadoes, that produced a lot of damage. And I think that's what we're looking at right now here in northwest Arkansas with these storms moving off to the north and east.
All right, yeah, let's check this out here. You were just looking at this on some of the cameras. We can bring this up from our Siloam Springs WeatherBug Network camera. We're going to do this on Weather 2. Let's not move the camera here. Let's keep it kind of positioned to the west, Zach, as we take a look here. But this is some lightning that we were seeing off in the distance. So I'm going to go ahead and we're going to adjust this to a straight west view. There's a west view as we're looking west from Allen Elementary. Now you can see obviously some of our controls here, so we can control this camera, kind of move it to the left a little bit. We'll be able to do that as we look at this storm. So very, very intense storm system. And there we go. We're going to kind of move around here. That's looking off to the south, and then that's looking off to the southwest. So we'll zoom out here. Saw some lightning briefly. We'll bring this back up on Mega Doppler as we're doing that. And it looks like some more lightning showing up. Now the storm's still a little ways from Siloam Springs. And Siloam Springs, you are not included in this tornado warning. And in fact, this storm is going to be missing this. This specific circulation will be missing Siloam Springs to the north. So you can breathe a sigh of relief in terms of that. However, there are additional areas all the way up and down this line where tornado potential will be possible. You can see the track of that storm. Kansas, you are not going to be, basically immune to this storm. You actually have to worry about this. Take your tornado precautions as it tracks to the northeast. You are in the path of the storm, unlike Siloam Springs. Unless this right turns even more, which means it takes more of an easterly jog, that would take it more into the Siloam Springs area. But Colcord, Kansas, Mosley Elementary, I was just there about a month and a half ago. This is going to be a storm that's tracking very close to Mosley. So you need to be taking your tornado precautions in Delaware County. Now, here's another thing too. Josh and I were talking about this, and Zach as well. Some of these isolated cells that are out ahead of it, while they could perturb and kind of disturb the circulation a little bit, there's also the potential that those develop as isolated supercells, like what we're seeing here. Check out that just to the south of Tahlequah. And these storms in this type of environment are literally going up, rotating. So if we look at the velocity image on this, on Ohio Heating Cooling Mega Doppler, this doesn't even show up because this storm is just now evolving and developing. But that circulation is very intense as it moves towards Pegs and goes through Pegs, as a matter of fact. And let's see if we have any type of debris signature that shows up on the radar. Let's do this. Let's switch radars. Let's get a little closer. And let's go to Tulsa. And that's what I'm going to do here as we take a look at the INX sweep. So first of all, let me give you the big picture. Multiple severe thunderstorm warnings with tornado possible tags. You got tornado warnings on 2 of the storms. I know this looks a little bit like a mess, but there's a reason for that. This is called a QLCS, a quasi-linear convective system. See that little reflectivity nub? That right there is the leading edge of a QLCS tornado.
Oh.
And that circulation shows up. You got a debris signature?
No, but I switched to the Tulsa radar, and you need to check this out.
Yeah,
On the Tulsa
velocity's
radar.
probably off the charts, I'm imagining.
It's yep.
Oh, wow. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's very intense.
It's very intense.
What you're looking at here, in case you're wondering, and Zach, if you want to monitor too some of the Facebook Live comments as well as people are commenting, I know a lot of people are probably pretty anxious of this night. We'll get you through it. We'll get you through these storms as they move through. But this circulation right here is very intense. And what you're looking at are these blue shades. This is rain that's moving rapidly towards the radar. Now, that radar located just to the west of Inola, if you've ever seen it, looks like a golf ball on a tee. That is the radar dome. And that's located just to the west of Inola, just north of 412. So as the radar beam scans this circulation, it's measuring all this rain that's racing in towards the center of the storm. And then you got the red shades. That is rain that's moving away from the radar. So you've got towards and away, very close. There's your circulation. Let's look at that normalized rotation or that rotation indicator right now. And we'll probably be seeing some yellow shades starting to show up here pretty soon. So there's that circulation. You'll notice how it went right through pegs. Have we had any type of damage information coming out of pegs? It doesn't look like it, and I don't see any storm reports. Make sure those storm reports are on Mega Doppler too, in case something happens and we know exactly where they are. In fact, let's look at real quick the local storm reports. This is what he was talking about with that circulation area. I'll push the computer out of the way just a little bit so you guys can see the whole screen. But we're looking at that. We're monitoring social media, monitoring our radar sources as well. There's the wind damage that was associated with that. We don't have any type of confirmation. That doesn't mean necessarily nothing is on the ground yet, because sometimes that debris has to be lofted a very high in the sky in order for it to pick up. So, all right, looks like there's our circulation. Look at how tight that's getting. I think this is about to produce a tornado very shortly. And this is just to the west of Kansas, west of Oaks. Let's do a track on this, let people know exactly where this is headed.
You got
All right.
a fresh track on
Weather.
that. Mm-hmm.
All right.
One right there.
So Zach Gilday putting a fresh track on this storm, your town, your timing. That's going to be on Weather 1.
Mm-hmm.
And in the meantime, what we'll do here is we'll show, there's the circulation.
Oh.
Now we got more of a tornado track because it's very narrow where that tornado track will take place. But look at this, Piney Church, 202, Brush Creek, 203. So we're about a half hour. I know that doesn't seem like, it's that close. It's moving really quick. And sometimes you need to know what to do in those tornado situations, and that is to get downstairs under something, center a house, keep away from windows. Let me real quick bring up this duck graphic. Starting to see some lightning flashes that are looking a little ominous too on our WeatherBug Network camera. We'll bring that up in just a bit. If we can go to Weather 2, Anderson. So this is tornado safety. Talked about it at Decatur not too long ago. I think it was either Thursday or Friday. Can't remember at this point. But downstairs, under something, center of the house, and keep away from windows. You want to get as low as you possibly can. Get underneath something, pillows, blankets, a mattress. If you're in the path of that storm, put a helmet on. This storm could produce a tornado, and a lot of things get lofted, flying debris, and that's what can hit you in the head. All right, let's go to our WeatherBug Network camera. I got to show you this because we do have this, and I'm going to bring this up as we take first a look at Mega Doppler. So this is Mega Doppler. Here's the circulation. I'm going to go ahead and draw the Siloam Springs WeatherBug Network camera on here with the circulation. We'll be able to see the lightning off in the distance. I'm going to step out of the way. A lot of times I'm in the way and trying to look at storms, and wow, did you see that?
Yeah.
All right, so I'm going to take the camera. I'm going to move it just to the southwest a little bit. I've got this in control. So you're noticing that camera, Siloam Springs, looking west. Still a little ways from Siloam Springs, but very impressive structure. You can see literally the whole, what we call stacked plates, the mesocyclone. Here's some of those county roads, some of them probably not paved, right, Josh?
That's correct.
As
we know that.
As we're south of 412. Now, we know this area. It's just about ready to cross into Delaware County, finally entering into our weather coverage area. But the warning covered, obviously, the area. So we've got some of these roads on here. N4490 road, East 580 road, 4799. Again, we're looking in a southwesterly direction with our WeatherBug network camera. Be watching that, Zach, very closely on Weather 3. Make sure we don't have any power flashes. This would give us the best indication. This is awfully similar to October 21st, 2019. You've got that circulation that's wrapping up. Now, this is not going to be moving into Siloam Springs. It is north of Siloam Springs. So I can't stress that enough. Sorry about the voice, too. It's been a lot of talking. A lot of talking over the last several days. So it's going to be a little hoarse. You'll just have to bear with me. But we'll get you through this storm, and we'll do it as we go through the rest of the morning. And we won't stop until the storms are out of here. By the way, if you're watching us on TV, let's say you lose power, we are streaming this. We're also, I know this, on radio, KLRC. So KLRC.com, you can check it out there. You can also listen to it on the radio, which is 90.9 on frequency, or 101.1 if you're in the Bentonville, 99.1. Let me go ahead and take a look at this. This is a new severe thunderstorm warning that has a tornado possible tag. And while we're doing that, here's what I'm going to do, guys. I'm going to bring up that weather camera full. I want to see if we can see any type of features off of this.
In the NWS chat about a CC drop near Teresita. So that is that tornado warned storm west of Siloam Springs.
Okay.
So that might be producing.
Yeah, it looks like it is. I mean, it's a pretty intense circulation. There's the lightning. Boy, you can see the structure. I got to move the camera over to the right a little bit. So that's the case right there. I don't want to stand too much in front of it, but let me just adjust it. I'll push this out of the way so you can see the full thing. There's Allen Elementary. Yeah, okay. We're going back to the west a little bit.
Oh, big lightning strikes.
Whoa,
wow, that's
Siloam
incredible.
Springs.
My goodness.
Yeah.
Hey, hit record on that camera. Actually, you know what? I can do that. Stand by.
You got it? All right.
Let me know. Is it recording? You see the red dot?
Yeah, it's going.
Okay, good. Yep. All right. Yeah, that is a dangerous storm. Now, we also have that other storm, too, and this also has a considerable tag as well. Yeah, we're going to record on this. Remind me to do that. That's the best way to view these storms. And we can also record. Just start recording every one of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, just go through. We'll record every one of these cameras.
I think we got a NWS chat is saying brief touchdown in northern Cherokee County.
Okay, that makes sense. I mean, that's what we were seeing. So it's going to be associated right here. Right here is going to be your area of lowering. And rotation is very prominent on radar. We'll get back to the radar here in just a bit, but this is our best view. And again, stepping out of the way, I learned my lesson on October 21st. You can't cover up the camera just to see what's happening, because this is the deal. It's at night. The only visual that we have besides radar is going to be what we see on our WeatherBug network cameras.
Oh, man. I'll tell you, we're probably going to get a good view over the Decatur camera, too.
Yes, we will.
Yes. I'm going to turn that.
Let me go ahead and flip that to the Decatur camera.
Yep.
Yeah, just record them all.
I got a fresh track on that storm when you.
Thank you, Zach. Yeah.
On Weather 1. It's a bit wider.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds good. So take us through that, your town, your timing, and then we'll do some analysis on this storm, Zach.
Yeah, so again, we're looking at Delaware County. If you're in the path of this storm, you need to be in your safe place right now. This is a tornado warning, a life-threatening storm, and the storm is moving to the northeast at around 40 miles per hour, so pretty quickly. And if you are in the area of any of these places, you need to be in your safe spot right now. Again, if you are in the way of Bull Hollow around 1:49 a.m. this morning, beyond that, a lot of comments about Jay. Definitely going to be heading towards Jay. So but you need to be in your safe spot right now, or at least getting ready to be in your safe spot, a little bit out of that tornado warning. And then beyond that, this storm, it definitely is rotating. So beyond that, we are expecting this to continue to rotate. So Sycamore 2:07 a.m. Beyond that, Whitewater Church around 2:12 a.m. and then Wet Prairie Church at around 2:18 a.m. So, Dan, this storm, I think it just went confirmed.
Yeah, it did. Just went confirmed. You're right. See that black area
Yep.
on the outline? Let's get the latest information here. I'm going to go ahead and we'll bring that up on Weather 2 if we can. And so if we go, there's the tornado warning observed by radar. So let's go ahead and we'll look at the CC drop, and let's take a look here at what we've got. So sometimes it's a little. Go also check it out on Mega Doppler too.
I'm going to go to the Fort Smith radar as well.
Yeah,
Mega Doppler here.
Yeah, we could do both of them here. I've got Fort Smith on this radar. See, here's the thing with our location. We have a radar that's obviously in Inola. We talked about that. We got the other one in Barling, very close to Fort Chaffee. Both of these radars are still a little far away. Tulsa's is closer, but look at all the rain that it's got to go through. I mean, it's a ton of rain. So we're looking at Mega Doppler here. I'm going to go back to our INX sweep as we take a look here at the tornado warning. Moving to the northeast, it also has a severe thunderstorm warning on the south side of that storm. But this is where the nub of that reflectivity is as it tracks to the northeast. So an observed tornado, this means a tornado on the ground. Do we have, in terms of our tornado detection, let's see. Let's go ahead and bring that up on the PTDS here real quick. All right, I'm bringing up Mega Doppler just to let you know. I know you guys are clicking around here. We've got it. Let's bring up the PTDS. Let's see if we can see a debris signature on there. It's not showing up right now. It's kind of a little interesting here, but the circulation is definitely there. All right, let's go back to reflectivity. There's the velocity. Let's do a split screen so we can see both of these at the same time. Now, look, there's another isolated cell out ahead of it. So this is going to, that's probably like a gusting rear inflow jet that's taking that storm, producing the circulation. Circulation now is located very close to Leech. It's just to the north and east of Leech as it continues to move northeastward. So an observed tornado, most likely by radar, and a little bit difficult to see that debris associated with the storm. So we're going to put some towns on there, and we'll go ahead and we'll look at that N4550 road. And this is going to be on Weather 2 as we take a look. While we're doing that on Weather 2, I'm still going to plot that Siloam Springs camera. And then once it gets closer to Decatur, we're going to have a better idea on Decatur. So I'm going to put that camera in the upper left-hand portion of the screen just to let you know. So we're watching this WeatherBug Network camera. We got it recording. So if anything happens in between and we're not focused on it, we'll be able to confirm it later. But, of course, we want to try to get it confirmed now. So a lot going on. Here we are at 1:39 in the morning. Good Sunday morning to you. Obviously not a good morning because it's going to be a rude awakening for a lot of folks. This is a pretty intense storm. I saw a bit of a base there. Yeah, very intense storm, a little bit of a base. Looks like the rotation might be a little bit less organized, even though it's a confirmed. Circulation kind of spins up. It cycles at times. And we also have that other storm. Let's not be hyper-focused on just one. Let's give a little bit more of a wide view if we can, Josh. And we'll do slow movements on the radar if we can. So here's a look at the reflectivity. Move it over just a little bit to the right. So we got some isolated cells that are popping up. We've got this circulation that does have a confirmed tornado. You got the circulation you can see on the radar and on our WeatherBug Network camera. But you also have this storm, too, that's approaching the southwest side of Sequoyah County. Still is a tornado warning, not in Sequoyah County. It's just west of Sequoyah County, and that warning is going for a little bit longer as it approaches the west side of Gore. Very intense lightning. I wouldn't say it rivals October 21st, 2019, but nevertheless, we still have a dangerous storm. And one of the things, too, if you go outside, the wind, it is whipping. I mean, it is howling right now, and that strong wind is basically that low pressure system that's cranking up. We also have very strong winds just a little bit above our heads as well. So we could actually do split screens, and we could do multi-cameras as well as we're watching this storm. But let's let people know exactly where this storm is headed again as it continues to track off to the northeast. So remember, downstairs, under something, center a house, keep away from windows. That's what you need to do. You notice at the top of the screen, tornado observed. That's the exact polygon that we're seeing. Let me tell you some of the areas that are going to be impacted by this storm. Colcord, Kansas, Tag Flats, those areas. Tag Flats is a little north, even though it's included in the tornado warning. That storm will be tracking kind of through the center part of that polygon as it lifts to the northeast. So any new information on that storm as we get the new radar scan, Josh or Zach?
Yeah, I haven't seen anything quite yet. NWS chat looks like. Let's scroll down just a little bit there. Looks like, yeah, that's just all we got right there. So haven't gotten any reports of damage, right, from people on the ground. Obviously, this is an observed tornado. There was a CC drop briefly on radar, so obviously it did cause at least a little bit of damage. But looking at the recent scans on the storm, Dan, and I think you would probably agree, it looks a little bit more broad. So maybe it's losing a little bit of the rotation right now. But again, these storms kind of rapidly intensify. They do this with these QLCS type setups. They'll drop tornadoes, they'll rapidly intensify, they'll weaken a little bit, and then they'll intensify again. And this storm does have a history of producing confirmed tornadoes. You see that tornado report that's just off to the northeast of Pegs. That was the tornado report that we saw earlier. So that's why this tornado warning is now observed. But off to the southwest, this storm also produced another tornado near Porter at about 12:59 a.m. So it cycles, it weakens, and then it strengthens again. So that's why we need to watch it very closely as it continues to progress off to the north and east towards northeast Delaware County. It looks like, Dan, with the current track of the storm as well, it looks like it's going to be moving towards northwestern Benton County as well. So if you live around Gravette or maybe a little farther west towards Maysfield, Sycamore in Delaware County, need to be keeping an eye on the storm because it still has an area of rotation, but that next radar scan maybe weakening just a little bit there, I think, with that next scan, northwest of Kansas there. So watch it very closely. This tornado warning will expire. It looks like at about 2 o'clock a.m., so in about 17 minutes or so, we'll see if they continue to extend this tornado warning. If we look at our correlation coefficient, which is just kind of looking at the different particles in the air to make sure that there's no debris being lofted, don't see a drop in that right now, so I don't think there's a tornado on the ground. But again, if you live near Kansas, just off to the north and west there, you still need to be taking your tornado precautions because, as I just mentioned, these storms can rapidly intensify. It looks like a new severe thunderstorm warning as well.
Yeah, that's right. New severe thunderstorm warning. It is a tornado possible. This does include, it looks like, northern Delaware County. That's why that weather radio went off. You'll notice this goes until 1:45. So a little bit of a shorter-lived warning. And this is an extension of the severe thunderstorm on the north side of that system. So still some impressive lightning as we look at some of our WeatherBug Network cameras. We'll bring up one of them right now, and we'll take a look
Check
here.
out that Decatur camera.
Yeah, the lightning is really on the increase. Let's look at
I've been
this.
seeing some comments about people living in trailer parks, and
yeah.
if you are in the path of this tornado, you need to take shelter. You do not want to be in a trailer for this.
No.
I'm going to take this camera and I'm going to move it to the southwest just a little bit because that's what we need to be looking at. So I know City Hall in Decatur, that is looking off to the southwest right there. That will be looking directly into the storm as it makes its way to the northeast. And there's those lightning flashes. It's still a little ways away from Decatur, but we're going to be watching that in the Decatur area. Now, we'll go back to Mega Doppler, make sure that they're not going to be in the path of the storm. I think it's going to get pretty close, but circulation's actually becoming a little bit less organized.
Yeah.
And so there have been signs, even though the conditions are very favorable for tornadoes, it is a little less as it makes its way across the state. And there's for a reason the low-level instability is lacking. And also the storm is starting to lose the mid-level instability as well. Nevertheless, still strong enough where it could prompt tornado potential and other parts of the line that could start spinning up as well. All of this is what we call balanced. And you'll notice something down here by Eldon. That looks like it's starting to increase the circulation as well. Anywhere along this line could start ramping up if, in fact, there's what we call a rear inflow jet, which just gives it that little extra nudge, if you will, that allows it to start spinning and coming down. You'll notice a few cells, though, out ahead of it. Sometimes that can also disturb what we call the inflow into the storm. So let's do this. Let's do a reset. Let's take a look here at a big picture. So I'm going to take you through all of the warnings, let you know who's going to be impacted. Now, here's the deal. When we do Facebook Live, when we do social media, a lot of people ask, what about Bella Vista? What about Bentonville? What about Rogers? I know you want to know about your town. Every single area in Northwest Arkansas is under the severe weather threat tonight. Every single one. So you don't even have to ask about your town. That doesn't necessarily mean you'll have a tornado warning, but the threat is there. Tornado watch goes until 7 o'clock. Everyone has at least the threat for storms moving in. Nobody can go to bed if they're in the Northwest Arkansas area. I wish I could say that, but no. Tulsa, you guys, if you're watching on the stream wondering, you're fine. The storm is east of you, well east of you. Back to call cord now. Here's what we're going to do. Look at the different warnings that are out there. So we've got this warning that is radar indicated, tornado possible for 60-mile-an-hour winds. That goes till 2:15. That was just issued not too long ago. Nothing right now in Benton County. We got a tornado observed originally. Probably might have maybe lifted a little bit, noticing what I'm seeing here. This goes until 2 o'clock in the morning, so another 13 minutes. That does include the cities of Colcord. It's coming right your way. I hope you're in a safe place, taking your tornado precautions. We work our way south. We have additional severe thunderstorms. This type of system will basically prompt severe thunderstorms across the entire line. So there's not going to be a single area that probably won't see a severe thunderstorm warning. And then finally, we work our way south a little bit more. Here's the line as it makes its way into Haskell, Latimer, McIntosh, and Pittsburgh counties. That's going to be moving into LaFleur. Anywhere along that line will also have the potential to start rotating. All these areas we've got to watch closely. I'm looking at something that's just to the east of Pegs. Let's go to Mega Doppler if we can and look east of Pegs. I'm seeing a little bit of a circulation that's starting to ramp back up again. And let's see, is that a live radar image right there? Okay. I'm looking at it from the Fort Smith radar. Don't switch, though. We don't want to switch yet. Again, when we're looking at this storm, you kind of want to look at it when the radar beam is perpendicular to the line, and Fort Smith is going to be a little too far away. That's what makes this area very complicated with QLCS tornadoes, quasi-linear convective systems, is that the beam height can sometimes be too high to see the mesovortice. But that's that spin in the atmosphere. That's the spin in the storm. There's the confirmed tornado that was earlier reported. Let's hover over that and see what it says northeast of Pegs. And it looks like an official NWS observation. That was from what we call the tornado debris signature, known as a TDS. So that's what we're watching right now. Additional storms still making their way into Northwest Arkansas. And I know people might be sleeping and they don't even know that these storms are coming. Maybe situational awareness isn't quite at high right now. Just wait till those warnings get issued, and then people have their weather radios when Washington and Benton County gets those severe thunderstorm warnings with a tornado possible tag. I think people will definitely start tuning in at that point. So, all right, let's go back. So I want to do this. I want to look at a shear track. So this is going to be looking at basically the rotation, and let's see how it evolved over time. So this will give us an idea on that circulation. We're on weather 2. And so there's a look at that. There's that shear that was showing up as it was moving through Wagner and continuing northeast. Then you can kind of see it's still remaining, but definitely on a weakening trend as it's starting to kind of weaken its circulation just a little bit. This, by the way, look at how far it's traveled in 1 hour. So these storms are moving quick, and they don't take long to cover a little bit of area. So, and the way the environment is, Josh and Zach, is like any storm that develops will have the potential to start spinning and rotating, and that's what we're looking at.
Yeah, across that entire line too, right? We've got the parameters in place from Northwest Arkansas all the way south to the River Valley. I know the River Valley not getting impacted right now, but we are concerned about potential discrete, isolated supercell development that could happen out ahead of those thunderstorms and tap into the environment that's in place, because this is still a primed environment. We haven't seen any showers and thunderstorms throughout the day. This is not like a couple days ago. This is not like yesterday when we had these showers and storms moving over the same area.
Yeah.
These storms are moving through an untapped environment. So again, that rotation is weakening a little bit over northeastern Delaware County, but we cannot let our guard down because this is just the beginning of these showers and storms in our area.
I want to do this too. I want to look at this real fast. We were talking about what would be the risk for tomorrow, and there it is, enhanced. So, or should I say, when I say tomorrow, I mean today, obviously. But this is the enhanced risk. We're not done. This not only, you're thinking that this is for the line coming in right now. This is not. This is the precursor. The line comes in, and then this is for after 7 o'clock in the morning. The day one convective outlook. So keep monitoring those storms, Josh, but I just want to give people an idea on what that tornado potential is. And there you see it low across our area. Doesn't mean zero. And then you work your way farther south. This could nudge a little bit more north. That's a hatched area for tornadoes, which means significant potentially. New tornado warning. Let's get on it.
Yep.
We'll show you where it's at. There's the weather radio. This might be in northwestern Delaware or northwestern Benton County, I think.
Yeah, that's what it is.
There it is.
Yep.
And now people are waking up. Now people will start hitting the stream and seeing what's going on. We've been here all along. As soon as that first tornado warning was issued, we're going to continue to cover it, keep you updated, let you know what's going on. Let's do a track on this now so people know who's impacted. I'm going to zoom in real quick, give people an idea on who is going to be impacted by the storm. We also watch those cameras. We got a lot of cameras. Decatur is going to be looking west at the storm. There is the area of rotation. And let me give you some ideas. Maysville is going to be in this. Gravette, as well as Sulphur Springs, and a few other rural areas in northwestern. This is extreme northwestern Benton County. This does not include Bentonville. It does not include central and eastern Bella Vista. It might clip western Bella Vista, but Bentonville, Pea Ridge, Rogers, XNA, Siloam Springs, you're not in this tornado warning. This is why Weather Call Next Gen, by the way, is such an important service, because you might be getting alerted on everything, and the sirens might be going off in Bentonville. This storm isn't anywhere close to you right now. Now, keep in mind, there could be additional storms that move in, and you have to have situational awareness, but this warning only clips extreme northwestern Benton County, and Weather Call Next Gen would tell you exactly when that storm is in. Yes, Josh, you got something? Let's take you full here.
Let's check out the Decatur WeatherBug Network camera, because now we're starting to see the base on this. So let's go ahead and pull that up right now. I'm going to try to pull that up here on Weather.
I could do it on Weather 2 real quick.
Let's go ahead and do it.
But we'll talk about it over it.
Yeah, because what we're starting to see now, Dan, I think we could see maybe that inflow that's starting to go into the storm. Of course, you can only see it with the lightning strikes, but you could see that base there very briefly. Again, it's harder to see at night. You need the lightning strikes, but you're going to see there in that southwestern sky that inflow that's getting sucked into the storm and potentially pointing towards the base where that potential tornado would be. So we're going to see it in just a few moments here if we can get some more lightning strikes.
And you saw, we will as it gets closer, unless it weakens. If it weakens, the lightning will become less. Let's bring this up full here. And you can also see within the lightning strikes how fast that is moving. So, and yes, thank you for taking me off the wall. That's good. I just want to kind of monitor some other stuff here on the radar and take a look at what's going on. So yeah, tornado warning for northwestern Benton County. This goes for another 35 minutes. It goes until 2:30 in the morning. And you got multiple storms that are moving in. Now, it does look like the southern end of the line is kind of weakening at this point. I hope that remains the case. That's what we're seeing at least. But we'll continue to watch it. And Zach, you've been hinting at this the whole time, that this is going to transition to a flash flooding event. There's going to be really heavy rain with this slow-moving line. So if you are out and about, you definitely want to not venture out tonight. There's going to be some really heavy rain, flooded roads, low water crossings that could be an issue, and this is just not a good idea. Now, we also have our WeatherBug Network camera from Rogers, and we could take a look at that. And by the way, on Weather 3, if you want, Josh, what we'll be able to do is do some 4 panels so we can look at maybe 4 cameras at once. Don't bring up weather 3 by itself. We'll keep it on weather 2 here real quick.
Yeah, we got some reports of some damage in Delaware County, some trees down along Highway 412, and a report of the tornado crossing 412. And
wow, we were just there not too long ago.
Yeah, we got a fresh track on that on Weather 1 if you want to take a look at
that. Before we do that, real quick, just want to point something out. Bring me up in front of the wall real fast, just with that weather bug camera. You were talking about that wind shear. Can we bring up weather 2 on the wall real quick? Look at these clouds. Look at how fast they're moving. That's that low-level shear, and that's what's prompting all this tornado potential. I don't know if we'll ever get to see that again, but look at how fast those clouds are moving, and then the storm way off in the distance. Okay, Zach, take it away. I just wanted to show that. Very strong low-level winds and low-level wind shear is impressive.
Yeah, Dan, great point right there. The wind shear, definitely impressive. The lightning show is impressive too. And if you take Weather 1, we got a fresh track on this tornado-warned storm. Again, this will go until 2:30 in the morning. So if you were in the path of the storm, you need to be in your safe spot right now. This does include portions of Delaware County and Benton County, northwestern Benton County for this tornado warning. And it's moving pretty fast at around 45 miles per hour. And by around 2:18 a.m., it's going to be around Pack. Beyond that, Noel at around 2:23 in the morning. And Pineville, 2:32. So we've had a lot of viewers commenting about northern Delaware County. This is where the storm is going. It's going to be going up that direction, heading into northwestern Benton County. So if you are in this red polygon, you need to be in your safe spot right now, because we've looked at the circulation. It definitely looks defined. It might be a little bit weaker than what we saw about a half hour ago, but still, tornado warning, you need to be in your safe spot right now. And Josh can see it right there on Mega Doppler showing that velocity scan. If you can take Mega Doppler, weather.
Yeah, it still looks a little disorganized right now on radar, but again, it can ramp up so quickly.
Yeah.
I mean, right now you snap your fingers and then all of a sudden it's rotating rapidly and it's dropping a tornado. We saw that this evening in southern Oklahoma with these storms. It's the parameter space that's in place. They try to tap into the environment. They find boundaries or they find little areas where they can tap into, and then boom, you have another tornado on the ground. So
yeah,
not letting our guard down on that either.
Yeah, so even though it's a bit weaker, it might ramp back up.
Yeah, it does. And it can do it really quickly too. Yeah, absolutely. I want to show you this because you were talking about the different radars and how we're looking at the radars. Let's go to weather 2 if we can. Bring this up with me in front of the wall. And Zach, and you just keep watching, Zach and Josh, that storm. This is the importance of looking at this storm from a specific radar. So we're going to kind of move and shift down just a little bit to the south. Look at how it changes the velocity view. That's because we're using the radar from Fort Smith. You can see that circulation. All of this rain in the thunderstorm is moving away from the radar, but then you got this circulation that's moving towards the radar. And again, Decatur is going to have a great view of this, so we're going to continue to watch this as we're looking at this storm. But there is that circulation associated with it. And then we can go even to a Springfield radar. That's the Springfield radar, and you still see that circulation showing up. And then finally, Tulsa. Just a real unique area, how we have 3 radars, and they're kind of all merging over us, but there's not really one radar specifically that gets very, very close to the ground on the storm. And that's why you got to kind of switch back and forth. But notice how the velocity image changes. You got right here inbound winds where you got these cooler colors, green colors moving towards the radar, red moving away. And then you see the brighter spots. That's 58 miles an hour or greater. And that's moving away from the radar. There's your circulation. And if we start seeing bright greens and bright reds right next to each other like it was before, in fact, we'll kind of go back in time and show you that circulation when it was just a little more intense. And there you get to see how that circulation was showing bright greens and bright reds right next to each other, kind of started to weekly kind of dissipate a little bit, but it cycles. Now we're starting to see that inflow crank back up, a sign that that low pressure system, the tornado, is starting to increase. Hey, you want to go to that weather bug camera in Decatur? I think it's a good idea. Let's check that out.
I also have a 4-panel view on Dan,
okay.
That has Decatur, Salem Springs, Rogers, and Bella Vista.
Now we need to take that camera and point it to the east just a little bit. So If you can, let's, yeah, there we go. Or to the west, not to
Yeah.
the east. I'm sorry.
No, we're good.
My
we're good.
bad. I told you to the east.
We'll flip it back around. There
Yeah.
we go.
Sorry about that. A little whiplash right there.
There we go.
Camera whiplash. So go back to weather 1, and I want to see this storm and where it is in relation to our considerable thunderstorm there. So Decatur located just to the east of this storm. We need to be looking west northwest. Probably new severe thunderstorm warning now for Benton and Washington, I'm imagining. And there it is. There's a new one. Now people are really waking up as multiple storms are moving in. But we're going to get you through this as we track these storms, follow them all the way through the weather coverage area. Tornado watch goes until 7 a.m. After that, we got an enhanced risk of severe weather, isolated supercells redevelopment, possibly during the afternoon today. And it's going to be a long one. We knew it. That's why we had active weather for multiple days. And boy, keep your thoughts and prayers for those in Oklahoma. Sulphur got hammered really hard by that tornado. There was, in fact, Josh, weren't there multiple circulations and tornadoes that were moving towards Sulphur?
Yeah, it was like a supercell train right there through there. There was
Yeah.
multiple tornado reports, multiple strong to violent tornadoes potentially that moved through the Sulphur area. We saw pictures of the damage that occurred there. Definitely higher end tornado potential there in terms of the damage scale. So, yeah, that was definitely a very a sombering scene to see what went down there in Sulphur.
And the reason I bring that up is it shows you the potential of the environment. Now, we might not have the exact ingredients that Oklahoma had with isolated supercells, but we have that QLCS tornado potential. So we're going to continue to watch that. Here's the areas that are impacted with a fresh new track that's moving off to the northeast, Pineville School into southwest Missouri. So notice how there's no tornado warning in southwest Missouri, but that's probably going to happen really soon. And then that will probably be our next warning that will cover southwestern McDonald County as it tracks into our northern portion of our weather coverage area. There's Decatur. Got to move the camera a little bit more to the northwest as this storm continues to track northeast. And you always got to get the best view of the storm. So Decatur looking off to the northwest. Now I'm saying it as best as I can. I'm so used to saying it. When I visited City Hall and also the schools, they were saying Decatur. So make sure you mention it that way. Yeah, we also have the Rogers camera. So weather, let me know when we got a weather 3-4 panel, if you will.
I've got that. Hold
All
on. Stand
right.
by real quick.
Bringing that up.
Yep.
As we're doing that,
All right, that's pulled up.
all right, so we got Allen Elementary looking at a pole right there, and I know that's the best view that you can see of the storm. We've got right here Decatur City Hall. Let's move that camera over just a little bit. Yeah, you can see that lowering just off in the distance. So we'll just kind of click. All you got to do is click and move.
Yeah, move it. Yeah.
Just click and move.
Yep.
Oh, look at that.
You see that base?
I did.
Yep.
Very impressive base. You can see the striations. That means rotations. in
And
the
fresh
thunderstorm.
tornado warning.
Okay, southwest Missouri. I almost guarantee it's going to be McDonald County.
Yep.
We're going to bring that up here as we take a look at weather 2. And as soon as this pops up on the screen, let me step out of the way. There it is. There's the new tornado warning. What you got?
You can definitely see the base.
All right, let's go back to that weather 3 source.
Yeah. Keep an eye on
And
that Decatur camera.
here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to bring that up full. Don't worry. All you got to do is just step back. I'm going to hit 5, and we're going to bring that up full.
There we go.
Oh,
There you go, man.
There's the circulation.
Yeah.
Real quick, I'm going to point out what you're seeing, and then I'll step out of the way. Here's the lowering right here associated just over those lights. And you'll see the striations. Those are those smooth bands, the rotation in the storm. So this storm is rapidly intensifying and obviously still continuing strong enough rotation to prompt the tornado warning in southwest McDonald County. But there's that area of rotation, the circulation. Look at that.
Oh, man.
Precipitation. Stepping out of the way again so we can catch a lightning strike. Starting to increase its velocities too.
Yeah, definitely starting to tighten up just a little bit.
Should we go to Mega Doppler?
Yeah,
Check it out.
Let's take a quick look at
Oh,
that
yeah.
real quick. Yep.
While you're doing Mega Doppler on 2, I'm going to keep the camera up and do a 2-box here. So real quick. Also, too, Anderson, if you want to do a 2-box of Weather 3 and Weather 2 and have that full, just so we can get a view of the camera at all times. Yeah, this circulation's starting to ramp up. Increasing in intensity. We got to, and look, we even got the reflectivity nub on there.
Yep. Telltale sign. That's one of our nudgers right there.
All right, here's what I'm going to do.
QLCS tornado potential.
I'm going to bring this up here real quick. Bring it up here in the corner. Pan the radar down just a little bit so we can get the circulation and get the path. So there's that. Look at that reflectivity knob right there. Circulation. Wow.
There's that base.
There's the base.
Yep.
There's the lowering. We're recording these, right?
Yep.
Recording all the cameras.
Yes, sir.
Good deal. Yeah, we learned our lesson on that P Ridge camera. Thanks to Wyatt, by the way. Wyatt is my weather intern. He recorded the weather cameras, was looking at them, and you just never know what happens when you're not looking at the camera. So that's our only eyes. We do have storm spotters, but obviously it's early in the morning. It's kind of a linear deal, and it's tough to see, but there is structure that you can see. So starting to increase its circulation again, moving to the northeast. There's our WeatherBug Network camera. I'll step out of the way. And Zach, we need to do a fresh track on this. Let people know exactly where this is headed.
It's ready on Weather 1.
All right.
So there it is right there. So we got this tornado warning. It's now affecting portions of Delaware, Benton, and McDonald County through 2:30 in the morning. So you can take it full. We got Weather 1 right there showing it. Again, that's circulation. The latest scan is a little bit more defined. So keep in mind, if you were in the red polygon, you need to be in your safe spot right now. This is a tornado warning, and the circulation seems to be intensifying. Again, if you are in the area of Pack, it's going to be around there at around 2:17 in the morning. Noel at around 2:22, and then Mount Shira by around 2:25 a.m. Pineville 2:30, and beyond that, Erie at around 2:41 in the morning. So again, this system seems to be strengthening. It's been going through cycles, has a history of being confirmed. So, and this storm system has produced damage too. So you definitely need to be in your safe spot right now with this storm. And we're tracking the radar because we got multiple severe storms. We got some winds up to 70, 80 miles per hour. But this storm that you're looking at right now, this is a tornado warning. So we're definitely monitoring this and that line. If you were in the forecast area, you need to be prepared for severe weather, because I don't think anybody is going to get a break from these storms, because they definitely strong and making their way through. And Josh right now is looking at Mega Doppler.
Yeah, he's been bouncing around. I do want to show on Mega Doppler, Zach. You can see on Weather 2, we've got your tornado precaution information downstairs, under something, center house, keep away from windows. That circulation now northwest of Decatur. Want to keep that WeatherBug camera located just on the upper left-hand portion of the screen. Yeah, let's move that camera over to the right a little bit. So we're kind of facing northwest. And yeah, there you go, northwest view. You already have it on there. Mm-hmm. That's why we do the presets ahead of time. Yep. It's very handy, because at night you're going, wow, I see the lights. I think I kind of recognize that. But all this preparation ahead of time, it's important, especially during severe weather. But speaking of preparation, Zach had this idea to put the tornado information, safety information, while you're looking at the radar. So it's not just full screen, but that's what you need to do, folks. Downstairs, under something, center of the building, keep away from windows. That means you put as many walls in between you and the outside as possible. You get as low as you possibly can. And you want to protect your head by a helmet or pillow or mattress. And then finally, keep away from windows. You were looking at the correlation coefficient on this too. On that, I will say this. It looked like a bunch of bugs and insects were getting lofted.
Yeah.
And that's what this is. This is the thing about this correlation coefficient. It basically shows you if there's different sizes and shapes of objects in a smaller area. However, we know that this is not debris. There's no way this is debris. If we do a two-panel, and we can see the reflectivity and velocity, but if we do reflectivity and the correlation coefficient, let's do the correlation coefficient on the right and the velocity image on the left. So you got to have a co-location of the circulation. So if we saw a bright blue area right over Maysville, then we would know that that's debris being lofted. But in fact, this is bugs and insects that are going, oh no, I'm getting away from this storm. I'm getting the heck out of here. And they're going flying east. So that's also dust and dirt getting kicked up too as well. But that also tells you that you have biological matter in the radar. So what do you think about the circulation? Maybe getting a little less organized? Let's look at the normalized rotation here.
Yeah, it looks a little broad.
We take a look here.
You want that full?
Yeah, let's go ahead and we'll make and then we'll look at the NROT to the normalized rotation. So there it is, Maysville. It's a little broader, still showing up. Man, I wish we had our Gravit WeatherBug Network camera working.
Be perfect.
I tried for the last week to try to get it up and running. Maybe one of these days we can get it up and running, but that would be an amazing view of that storm as it comes into the west side of Gravit or getting close. So let's do this. What storms are headed towards Washington County? I know a lot of people are probably watching. Multiple severe thunderstorm warnings. This line is definitely not as strong as the other part of the line on the north side, but let's see if we got any embedded circulations. I'm noticing a little bit of a reflectivity drop close to Bragg's, and then on the east side of that, got a little bit of a circulation that's trying to show up. This might be of something suspicious right here as it enters into southwestern Sequoia County. That's going to be something to watch to see if that develops. Let's see how the reflectivity looks on that on Heil-Heenco. Absolutely.
Yep, that's a nudger.
This is going to be a nudger, what we call a potential where this could prompt the next tornado warning. Not yet. It's not close yet, but it is something to watch. So you need to be basically watching this storm closely if you're in Vian, Pinhook Corner, McKee, Marble City, and there's the new reflectivity image. It's got that little nub ahead. You got the descending reflectivity core. I think this is starting to try to produce a mesovortice, and it's about to do that.
Would you like me to switch to the Fort Smith radar on this storm?
Let's take one last look. Let's zoom out.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, let's go ahead and we'll do that.
Yeah.
Now, when we switch to the Fort Smith radar, we're not going to see that Benton County storm as well, just because we're going to be looking basically parallel to the radar beam. All these things with QLCS tornadoes. So this right here is a severe thunderstorm warning that's radar indicated. And you'll notice that also got a tornado possible tag, I do believe. Yep,
That's
absolutely. Correct. I think every one of these storms is going to have tornado possible tag. So it's not even, the Weather Service isn't even messing around. They're just going to go, forget it. We're just going to issue the tornado warning or possible tag. Tornado warning is in effect for southwest Missouri, but severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag. But this is interesting. Now, another thing, too, when you look at the radar here, you can see me controlling it. There is a little bit of outflow that's out ahead of it. So that needs to be maybe like an inflection point right there that's starting to show up very close to Weber's Falls. We just drove through there, Josh, not too long ago, earlier this afternoon, or should I say morning. And there's that area of rotation. It was interesting, too, because the sun was out. You can see the cumulus field. Look very much like a severe weather day. But here's those severe thunderstorm warnings, 1:35 until 2:15. That is located, obviously, for western Sequoia County. Then you got this does not have the tornado possible tag. That goes until 3:15. That's because that's on the west side of the cell. So we're watching that. And then there's also the considerable tag. Now, this is something to note. A lot of Benton County and Washington County, even though there's no tornado warning, you can still get 60, 70 mile an hour winds, as you see right here with this storm. You know what? We should look at our Lincoln camera. We got so many WeatherBug Network cameras, but they're so important to use and so vital, especially in this type of environment. So we're going to continue to look at this here. Let's see what we got from our Lincoln WeatherBug Network camera. See if this puppy loads. Yep, there we go. And that's the storm looking off in the distance. That is looking in a westward direction. Let's make sure here real quick. Yeah, looks like it, Josh.
Yep.
All right.
Okay.
And you can see a little bit of the lightning off of the distance. Now, these cameras have a little bit better of a view. I'm going to take this camera, I'm going to kind of move it to the southwest just a little bit. So it's looking west. We're going to move it to the southwest. Looks like it's not.
There's some delays. It says connecting. It's doing that thing
Yeah,
again.
it's doing that thing. I know. Tried
Yep.
to fix that.
Ugh.
Try to fix that all week.
You can kind of see though a little bit on the right side of your screen there. I know we want to try to tilt it that way, but right now it's not letting us do it. But a little bit of a base right there.
Yeah.
Yep, you can see it right there as it's starting to roll in.
So our PG Telco WeatherBug Network camera. There we
There we go.
Kind of got a little bit of a view of a base.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll go back to the radar and get our bearings here, what we're looking at.
You know what I'm starting to see, Dan? Maybe it's showing up a little bit on radar here, especially from the Fort Smith radar. Maybe some outflow, a little bit of an outflow boundary.
Oh, that's
here.
definitely an outflow boundary.
Yeah.
But there can be an inflection point with that outflow boundary if it ingests into there, and then that could be a circulation. How's our tornado warning? We don't want to lose our focus on a rotating storm. And I know that we're on a different radar, but here's the deal. I could switch to it.
Yep.
Let's go to INX here real quick. Don't switch it on Mega Doppler because it takes a little while to load all that data. But there's a look at your tornado warning until 2:30. Again, Goodman, Anderson, Pineville, you need to be in your tornado safe place. Downstairs under something, center of your house or building. Keep away from windows. Let's take a look at the circulation on this as we look at the velocity signature. Still showing up. Bet you there was a little wall cloud that passed just to the north of Gravette, and now it's moving towards Sulphur Springs. It's not quite as organized. So you still have winds that are moving away from the radar, winds that are moving towards the radar. There's your area of rotation right in there, that circulation right there that we're watching. All these storms, by the way, are moving in a northeasterly direction. So Pineville, Knoll, Mount Shira, you need to be watching that storm closely. So far, things are quiet, but that storm's starting to approach western Washington County here shortly, and things will start getting a little more active here soon. So we're on Mega Doppler. There's a look at the storm, watching for any inflection points. Any one of those areas right there could get a little stronger, start to rotate. But it did look like as those storms were moving in, they would tend to weaken a little bit as they kind of outrace that instability. I hope that continues to be the case.
Yeah, we don't have a whole lot of low-level instability. That 0 to 3 kilometer cape quite lacking here in Northwest Arkansas. But the thing is, we were looking at mesoanalysis too, Dan, which is kind of our real-time eyes in the sky, right, on the parameters that are going on. And you notice with those strong tornadoes that were occurring in Oklahoma, there wasn't a whole lot of 0 to 3 kilometer cape there. So we were thinking that maybe it was overcoming that, but obviously as it kind of outraces the better parameters, it sometimes weakens. And we're starting to see that a little bit with these thunderstorms, but again, not going to let our guard down at all because these can rapidly intensify as we saw earlier in the morning hours.
Some of that, Josh, too, is, associated with basically the storm as it makes its way east. There were isolated supercells, so they were able to tap into that instability. And I think the upper level support is a little bit farther west of our location. Yeah. However, let me say this, let me preface this. If you're watching now, first of all, good morning to you, but we still have storms expected tomorrow. I say tomorrow every time, but we still have storms expected later on today that could prompt severe weather and even tornado potential again. So we're not done as we move throughout the early afternoon. Some isolated supercells could develop in the daytime heating. So that's something that we're going to continue to watch. There's that circulation that's trying to show up near Vian. It's got a little bit of bright greens and bright reds. It's not very strong. It's something that we're watching. Zach, we need to do a new track on Weather One. I think you might have one on Weather One, and we'll do a new tornado track. Let's take us through that.
So right here, you're looking at northern Benton County, McDonald County, still tornado warning. That is going to be in effect until 2:30 in the morning. So I drew a fresh track. The circulation, it might be weakening a little bit, but that doesn't mean you can take it lightly. You still need to be in your safe spot right now. This is a life-threatening storm. It is moving pretty fast at around 45 miles per hour. Going to be in the Pineville area by around 2:29 in the morning. Beyond that, Sugar Beach at around 2:30. Meters Ford at around 2:35 in the morning. Bunker School at around 2:36. Bunker School in the direct path of this storm. So you need to be in your safe spot right now if you are in that red polygon. Again, this is a tornado warning. It's going to be in effect through 2:30 this morning. And then beyond that, McCullough Ford at around 2:38 in the morning. McNatt by around 2:43, and then Crossword School by around 2:46. So we're zoomed in on our tornado warning. Again, this storm is now, the circulation has now entered southern McDonald County, making its way to the northeast at around 45 miles per hour. So definitely need to heed the warnings with this storm right here. We're focused on this storm because this is our one tornado warning. And if we pan south down this line, we have some more potential circulations, but we've got some severe storm warnings to talk about too. So you can see Benton County, Washington County, severe storm warnings, and definitely have to monitor this line for some potential circulations as we head down south, even into the river valley. So I think the whole area has to be on the toes for severe weather this evening, but we definitely have to focus on the northern portion of this line. That seems to be the stronger portion. We've got some considerable severe storms in that red polygon. That is a tornado warning. So Pineville, coming right towards you. You need to be in your safe spot. You can see 2:30 in the morning is when this expires. Radar indicated rotation. But earlier during the evening, this was a confirmed tornado. So this had, earlier it was producing damage and it was definitely confirmed. So right now the circulation might not be as tight, but you definitely still need to be on it. And again, this is now in McDonald County, in our northernmost county, and it's making its way to the northeast. This warning will expire in about 8 minutes. So we're going to be monitoring this. We're going to see if this gets reissued. But yeah, there it is. And what we probably should do is we should probably take Mega Doppler and really zoom in on what is in the path of this storm in McDonald County.
And
We'll plot some roads here for sure, Zach. I do want to bring up this. Can we bring up Weather 3 real quick? You can see the lightning. We've got a 16 panel here, WeatherBug Network cameras. And boy, when one lightning strike lights up, you can see all the storms. This is the best way to kind of view what's going on. So there's Decatur. You can see some of the lightning flashes, and then they all start occurring almost at the same time. So the lightning is on the increase with some of these storms. Back to that area of rotation that is pretty persistent right over Anderson right now. We'll go back to Mega Doppler if we can, Weather 2. Weather 2 will give us an idea as Josh and Zach are putting on streets. So you know exactly where this area is impacting. Not only that, but streets, but city blocks as well. So the 1,000 to 1,200 block of State Highway N and Big Scuffle, that's exactly where that area of circulation is going. Spring Valley Road still showing up. It's still prompting tornado potential, as Zach mentioned, by another 7 minutes or so till 2:30. And they may continue this in northeastern sections of McDonald County as well. Look at more areas that Josh is putting on there. Remember, the radar might be a little behind, so it might already be over Spring Valley. That's how fast these storms are moving. So if we go a little bit farther to the northeast, there's around the 3,400 block of State Highway NN in southwest sections of McDonald County. So this is southwest Missouri. That's where that storm is located. Really starting to crank up just a little bit. Let's take a look back at that line. I know we're watching. Yeah, so there's the new area. There's the new radar information. We're zoomed way in. We just want to get kind of hyper-focused, if you will, to let you know, since we can pinpoint the area of rotation that's occurring, so we can get a good idea of that. And that storm continuing to move northeast at about 30, 45 miles an hour. So we take a look at the track. That's the track right there, exactly where all those areas are located. That's what we'll need to watch.
Then we got a report from our weather intern, Wyatt. He was saying that in Sulphur Springs, getting slammed. He had orange flashes to his left with really strong winds.
Oh,
and he's going to be out there checking for some power lines.
okay. Yeah,
he was out there. Wow.
So again, that was Sulphur Springs, and it's just south of this circulation, right?
That circulation went right over Sulphur Springs. In fact, let's go ahead and we'll check that out. Thanks, Wyatt. We were just talking about how you recorded the WeatherBug Network cameras. And remember, the radar is still a little bit farther away. So there's Sulphur Springs. There's the area of rotation. And then that was prompting the tornado warning. So if we go back and we look at the shear track, You can kind of see it fall apart a little bit, but still kind of ramps up just a little bit more as it gets into the southwest side of Sulphur Springs. So that could be those orange flashes that he saw. Sometimes they appear orange, turquoise, a little bit like a bluish hue, as a good sign that you've got a circulation or a tornado on the ground that's causing those what we call power flashes, as those power lines arc, touch together, or debris causes them to arc, and that's why you got those flashes that occur. So severe thunderstorm warning. Let me go back to this. Put up the radar. You're like, wow, storms are gone. They disappeared. No, unfortunately, they didn't. There's the outflow boundary that's starting to race in. We'll see if we still have our Lincoln camera, because Lincoln is going to be in southwest Washington County. That'll have a great idea of where that storm's at.
Got some reports of power outages in Sulphur Springs.
Okay. Wyatt was on top of it.
You can kind of start to see the maybe a shelf cloud feature starting to roll in over the Bentonville Square Weatherbug Network camera. That one's facing off to the west.
Okay, let's look here.
There's some reports of Fayetteville power outages too.
Oh, interesting. It's kind of interesting. Storms are still a little west of Fayetteville.
Could be that strong outflow, and the winds could be whipping up too. So here's the Graduate Hotel. Look at how strong those winds are.
Whipping.
Yeah, those are cranking. Now, what was the camera that you said? I think you said Bentonville, right? The square?
The Midtown building. Mm-hmm.
All right. Take a look here at the Bentonville Square.
I've noticed that the lightning has decreased quite a bit with these thunderstorms.
And so what that means, if you're wondering why we mention that, when lightning decreases, that means the interactions of ice and water collisions are decreasing. So that means the updraft is not as turbulent, which is kind of a sign that the storm's weakening a little bit, but still strong enough to prompt severe thunderstorm warning potential. And that is the shelf cloud that you're seeing, like you mentioned, Josh, off in the distance. If there's lightning right there on cue, how about that? Finally on cue. South, basically west of the shelf cloud, that's where you have the heaviest rain. So first comes the wind, next will come the rain. Give another view here. Now we can look at our new camera from Pinnacle Parkway Towers. Now, thankfully, the Walmart amp, Riley Green concert, I know went off without a hitch. No problems there. Obviously, no storms in the area. And thankfully, that forecast verified, along with great weather for the Razorback baseball doubleheader. But I know they're going to be happy that they did not try to do the third game today. So finally got it
there
today.
There you go.
Yeah, I know. Not tomorrow. I've got it now. It's Sunday.
You've been up for like 2 straight days.
Sunday morning.
Yeah.
So there's a storm off in the distance. You can see that low-level inflow that's occurring. Still, the lightning not as tremendous as it was earlier.
And visually, it does look a little disorganized as well right now. You don't notice those really low clouds, right, that you see with QLCS tornado potential. Looks a little bit more elevated, a little bit more disorganized, but again, they can ramp up pretty quickly. So,
and that, I think that's because that outflow boundary, like you mentioned, cool outflow racing out ahead of the storm, choking off that warm inflow, which is preventing these storms from maintaining their strength. Now, we still have these areas that we cannot stop watching, because remember that April 2nd, early in the morning, it kind of looks very similar. And some of these spins, like especially that one just to the southwest, we got to watch that.
Yeah, that's one definitely.
So Fulbright, we got Fulbright. Let's look at Fulbright Junior High.
Let me make sure that's tilted the right way.
No, looks like it's
point it to the west there for you.
Yeah, looks like it's looking southwest. So there's west. So Fulbright Junior High looking in a westerly view. See what we got. Keep an eye on that. Lightning is limited. Are we recording on that? Let's record on that one too.
Yep, we're recording on that one.
Okay, good. All right, so let's go back to just kind of monitoring conditions. Don't see anything. Keep an eye on that if we get any type of feature associated with it. Yeah. So a little interesting there. You got an outflow right here, and then there's that circulation. Now remember, this is an area that can still produce tornado potential, because obviously we just had that potentially that moved through Sulphur Springs with the circulation that moved overhead, confirmed damage, why it's seeing power flashes, all of those things with this storm. Can we take the radar and kind of shift it down so we can get more of a northern Benton County view? Several
little areas.
circulations right
Yes.
over Bella Vista too. Let's see what we got here. Setting the storm motion from the warning so we can get the velocity signature. Okay, so you did that?
Yes, sir.
That's interesting. Do the one off of Southwest Missouri real quick.
Yeah. No. There's just these little air. There we go.
You got a better view?
Got a better view on the radar here.
All right, so Cooper Elementary, Bella Vista. Shout out to the Bella Vista community. We're looking at off to the west. We were just there too, Josh.
We were just there.
We're like all over the place.
We've been everywhere.
So there's Cooper Elementary, Bella Vista. We're looking off to the northwest. We would be, if there were any type of circulation associated with that, we would be able to see it off in the distance. So lightning has definitely decreased. In fact, why don't we do this? Why don't we look at our lightning counter? So we got a new thing here where we can look at the amount of lightning strikes. Let's stop it here. Let's go to the end. And so it looks like 200 and this is over the last 15 minutes, as you can see. 301 cloudy ground lightning strikes. Leading edge of the line, though, doesn't have much. So that's why you're not seeing a whole lot of lightning. 53 cloudy ground lightning strikes. 31 of those are positive. So those are those really loud ones.
A little bit more intense farther south on that line.
Seeing what the report was from NWS chat on Slack. So let's zoom out and see how much light. Still highly electrified. So here's the deal. This is what's wild about these storms. Number one, they're going to produce heavy rain. So regardless if they produce a tornado, you're going to have heavy rain. This is rain that we need, considering Benton County is in a moderate drought. That's about to change, obviously. But then you got all this lightning that's to the west of this cell. And I'm going to show you this. This is actually lightning that is going to be pretty noisy. These are what we call cloud to ground lightning strikes. So we'll take a look at this here. Yeah, it looks like I don't have that data set, but there's one that you can bring up the positive and negative strikes, and those are the ones that are going to rumble a little bit more. So it's going to start getting a little noisier. And tornado warning has expired, it looks like, didn't it, Zach? No more tornado warning.
Yeah, it's gone. Yeah. And it's hard to track this line because it's worth noting that the southern portion is traveling a lot slower than the northern portion.
Yeah, that's a good point. And that also, when it's traveling a little slower, that means a little weaker winds associated with this storm. So it looks like maybe that tornado potential is starting to wind down just a little bit because we got a severe thunderstorm warning that does not have a tornado possible tag at the moment. Now, of course, that can always change and in a matter of moments, but at the moment, we don't have a tornado possible tag. 2:34 in the morning on this Sunday, 75 or 0.75 inches, which is penny or dime size hail. It's a little under severe criteria, but then you got 60-mile-an-hour winds, which does meet the severe criteria. We have a little isolated supercell right here. Southwest is still well. You're talking about the line. That might be racing out ahead of it, and then we could have a little isolated cell that's to the south. Let's see if we got any type of rotation or circulation on that. So severe thunderstorm warning associated with that. We'll look at if there's any type. Yeah, there is a little bit right there. Very close to the brushy area, something to watch.
Oh, Josh Weisel just said big power flash east of downtown Fayetteville.
Really?
Yep.
Okay, let's check that out.
East of downtown Fayetteville.
And we got some more reports of power outages.
Oh.
And
there must be some really strong winds along the leading edge.
Gravit, power out and Gravit.
Okay. Oh, yeah, you can see the winds.
How many power outages do we have?
I got it right here.
Yeah. Let's take a look at that.
Not many.
On the east side of Fayetteville, huh? I
That's-
wonder if it's like just inflow into the storm.
Yeah, the outflow boundary hasn't even made it into Fayetteville yet.
I know.
So that is interesting.
It might be making it underneath the radar beam. That's always
that's
a
a good point.
possibility.
Yeah, multiple reports of power out in East Fayetteville.
Okay, all right. Let's check out a weather camera here, and let's see if we've got it. So we're going to go cams. We're going to look at the Graduate, and let's point that camera to the southeast. Okay, southeast. That's going to give us a view overlooking the valley by Stonebridge Meadows.
Yeah, wind is crazy in Fayetteville. That's what Jennifer is saying here.
Okay, take the Graduate. We're pointing it southeast. So that's south. Oh, yeah. I know. The camera moved. Hold on. Let me move it around here. Can you move it a little more? There you go.
There.
Yeah, it's spun around.
Yeah, the wind's blowing really fast, so it's messing with our presets.
Maybe we should check out base velocity and just see what these winds are doing.
Good idea.
I am keeping an eye on an area of rotation that is starting to develop southwest of Bunch,
Yeah.
Oklahoma. That is that's something to watch.
That's
there.
that isolated cell that I was mentioning.
Yeah, that's
Southwestern Adair County. Now, here's the problem. That could be coming into southwest Washington County. That's another circulation, and that's a little the southern edge of the line.
Yeah, that needs to be watched very closely. That lines up with reflectivity. It's got that nudger right there.
It also shows that what we call a surge inflow, or what we call a rear inflow jet surge. You can see the descending reflectivity core. So yeah, this is looking interesting if it continues to hold together. Could we do I know it's kind of hard. Can we track the outflow boundary on, let's do that on Weather 1, Zach. And I know that might take a little bit of time to do, but remember, we're looking at this isolated cell, and we do have reports of sporadic power outages. Keep in mind, power outage US, that's going to be taking a long time to update, a few minutes before we get another report. So let's go to, we're probably not going to see that debris, but what about normalized rotation? See if there's any circulation along that. Yeah, see everywhere along the line, you're going to see that. But we definitely have a mesocyclone that's showing up on that storm, and even a little bit of small hail that was showing up as well. So the hail, thankfully, is not going to be a major concern. These storms are not really prolific hail producers because they're not those isolated supercells that will allow the hailstones to tumble and get a lot bigger. But you'll see a little bit of a hail core just to the west of Flute Springs, showing you that this is a little bit of a stronger storm. Can we work up and down the line? There's a little bit of that outflow again on that green line showing up on the screen that's racing out ahead of it. So let's get a big picture, take a look at this storm and the complete storm system. Now, here's another thing. Look at the flooding report that's showing up as well.
Yeah, let's take a look at that real quick here. I'm going to hover over it. Street flooding reports from Imping.
In Cherokee?
Yep, in Cherokee County, just to the southeast of Pegs.
Yep. And this storm, man, it's slow moving, and it is going to dump some rain.
Look at all that rain on the backside there.
Yeah,
We
that's some heavy stuff. And then you got the stratiform rain behind it that's always underestimated by computer models, always underestimated by forecast models, all that stuff. In fact, you got multiple flash flood warnings that are in effect. Now, let me tell you something. This is the most area that we need to watch on the line. It's right here. This is going to be making its way towards southwest Washington County. This is something that we've got to watch. You can kind of tell how it's trying to get that appearance, but right now not quite doing it. But we'll see. We'll continue to watch it because this is where it's balanced. This is where the line is balanced, where we have that potential for QLCS tornado potential. Let's zoom out a little more if we can. And this is not balanced. This is what we call outflow dominant, cold pool dominant. And so that's racing out ahead of the storm. Then you got some outflow that's showing up. These are some strong winds. But what's interesting is the winds are really strong in Fayetteville. I think that's going to be inflow, like basically a mesoscale feature that's causing the winds to really start to crank up. But look at this down here. You can definitely tell that on the southwest side of that county, of Adair County. That's going to be something to watch for sure as that continues to ramp up.
We have to watch it like a hawk too,
Yeah.
because it could be one radar scan and boom, it's down. So we're going to be watching that closely.
But everywhere else is kind of looking cold pool dominant in Benton County.
Mhm.
And you see the outflow is way out ahead of it. So I'm going to do something real quick. We're going to go to a reflectivity image. I know we got Mega Doppler up, but we're going to do this on weather too. See this green line on the screen? This green line right here is basically cold outflow. So that outflow kicking up bugs and dust and a little bit of rain too. It's ahead of it. Well, if you're choking off the inflow with this cold outflow, that's going to kind of kill your potential for tornado and storm development, which is great. It will create some gusty winds. So keep that in mind. And remember, straight line winds can cause as much damage as a weak tornado. It's still wind damage, and it can knock down trees. It might be all in one direction, but that's straight line wind damage. We work our way south, and in Stillwell, Salisaw, you see how that outflow boundary kind of gets a little closer to the line. That's what we call balanced. And the balanced area is where you could have that rotation start to show up. Now, this isn't as high resolution radar data. We'll work our way south. You can see, again, cold pool dominant. So we've got 3 parts of the line. Cold pool dominant on the north and south, but right in the middle there, where that severe thunderstorm warning is, you've got basically radar indicated. So Mega Doppler will give you a better view of that in a little bit higher resolution. So you can see those winds really starting to crank up, and not quite tight of a circulation yet, but still potentially ramping up.
You know, I'm checking out all these Facebook comments right now, Dan. We were talking about those winds in Fayetteville. All those reports came in at like the same time. It was like 2:36 a.m. or just a little bit before that in North Fayetteville and East Fayetteville. There's another person on here who mentioned that they saw the power flash too.
Okay.
Near the Fayetteville area. So multiple reports of power flashes.
Well, I don't think that I can be pretty much 99% confident that was not a tornado that caused those power outages.
No way.
And that power flash in the east side of Fayetteville. So I can let you know that. I can tell you, though, it's most likely outflow. Or it could be, the outflow is basically sloping away from the storm. Now, see, look at this. This is starting to brighten up again, southwest of Greasy, and you can see northeast of Marble City. And then you can see how that line is balanced. So will that end up producing? We'll see.
Speaking of outflow,
Hopefully
I think Zach Gilday has got a fresh track on that outflow boundary right now that we were talking about.
All right, let's
Yeah.
go ahead and we'll
I'm
show people where to expect it.
Tracking that line of storms in northwest Arkansas here, Dan. So again, we got Benton, Washington County, some very strong winds along that line. We're tracking the outflow, and you can see it right there. So if you take weather 1, we can see we got a storm track of where this line of storm seems to be heading. So again, these winds are going to be impacting these cities right here: Bentonville, Springdale, Fayetteville. And again, this is all under a considerable severe storm warning. So 70-mile-per-hour winds. There's definitely damaging winds right there. And then beyond that, we're expecting these winds to continue east and into Eureka Springs potentially at around 3:34 in the morning. Huntsville around 4 o'clock. And then again, this line might speed up and might slow down. But as of right now, the storms in northwest Arkansas are traveling about 30 miles per hour to the east. So that's what we're looking at right now. We're looking at the relative velocity here, and definitely seeing damaging winds. That looks to be the main concern across northwest Arkansas right now. But we're not just looking at northwest Arkansas. If we pan down this, we're still seeing severe storms on going further south, and you can see them all right there. Still, some of these not even entering the forecast area. Still some severe weather west of LaFleur County. So we're tracking this line, monitoring potential spin-up tornadoes, and definitely, as of right now, the damaging wind threat seems to be the biggest threat for us here. Wouldn't you say so, Dan?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, you're nailing it right there, right on the money. And then also that flash flooding potential too. I mean, you can see right here, observed flash flooding. That's just northwest of Independence. That was from the supercells and the storms earlier. All these are going to produce heavy rain. Let's go to weather 2 if we can, and we'll take a look here. Look at these downpours that are happening in the Siloam Springs area. Just not a lot of lightning, though. And this is looking off to the east. We'll see if we see anything different. But the lightning has definitely decreased. That means the storms, as expected, kind of on a weakening trend. And that's why that tornado watch probably won't be extended, to be honest with you, into Johnson, Logan, Scott, Boone, and Newton County. I don't know if you guys would agree with that, but just looking at what I'm seeing, I think that's going to be the case. Now, we still have that cell that's in southwestern Adair County, and it looked like it was starting to ramp up its rotation on the last few scans. I think we're definitely seeing that.
It lines up.
Yeah. Show me what we're checking out here on Bunch. And you can see greasy. There's that circulation trying to show up. That's exactly where it would be, just to the southwest of Cherry Tree. So what happens is this is kind of the science behind these. You have the spin in the mid-levels and the rear inflow jet, which is a descending area of rain and wind on the backside of a storm. If we go to the reflectivity, you might be able to see that showing up. And so you can kind of see a little bit right there. It looks like a radar artifact, but in fact, it's not. Zoom out just a little more, and let's see if you can definitely see drop in the descending reflectivity. Not super well pronounced, but what that is that rear inflow jet, and that already has a spin in it. Then you got this spin that's happening kind of like this, and that updraft will get pulled almost straight up if it's balanced. That's exactly where you're seeing this balanced, and so that's where your QLCS tornado potential will be. So that's why we can depict and we can pinpoint areas of the line, because before this research that Springfield did with the National Weather Service, it looked like the entire line would see tornado potential. Because put on the normalized rotation real quick. You're just going to see it all the way up and down the line. And it's like, well, what area is the most prone to producing tornado potential? It would be that area in southwest Adair County as it moves to the northeast. And there you see a little bit of brighter greens right there that we're going to continue to watch. So go to the next velocity image. That's something interesting there. Yeah, I would watch that. Doesn't look like much, but again, these are brief spin-ups. Sometimes not so brief, but that's got all the makings of it right there in terms of maybe if it continues prompting something.
Yeah, and you snap your finger and that thing just ramps up. And there you go, another scan right there.
Yeah, that's showing up. Those little QLCS tornadoes are like, I kind of attribute it to whack-a-moles. You're playing the game at Chuck E. Cheese and a mole head pops up, and before you even hit it, the next one's popping up. So this is something to watch, though. That's definitely, and I bet you that normalized rotation showing up as well. Radar beam probably about maybe 2,500 feet off the ground. What do we got?
Yeah, we're about 2,200 feet.
2,200 feet,
Yes,
so
sir.
a little under that. That's making its way northeastward. Let's go ahead and put a track on this. Even though we don't have an official warning, that is that area of rotation just to the north of Stony Point. I think there's another circulation, too, that's starting to show up near Salisaw. So still some things that are beginning to increase, but this is an area of concern as we're watching, and that storm could continue to rotate stronger and stronger. Now, keep in mind, this would take it into southwest Washington County if it holds together. And with the winds that have increased and how strong the winds are, it is something to watch for sure. Can we work our way south of the line, too, and go just north of Marble, or just south of Marble City and north of Salisaw? I think we're seeing something there as well.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, so you're seeing this just to the northeast of Salisaw. Let's keep both of those areas on. And there's those two areas of rotation. Again, a balanced area of the updraft, downdraft convergence zone.
I will say, if you live along State Highway 59 there, just off to the north of Greasy, I would definitely keep an eye on that. South near the Cherry Tree area. I don't know. I would say maybe take your tornado precautions just in case with this.
This type of environment, they can spin up really rapidly. All the ingredients are definitely there. Also, too, Aikens, just northeast of Aikens, that area is starting to show up as well. Can we do a split screen? Let's do velocity on one side, reflectivity on the other. There's that outflow boundary, and it kind of gets nudged in. So this would be your reflectivity core, your little reflectivity nub. There's another one that's showing up. all these embedded lines, and this could be the start of, as this storm system comes in, we'll see if it holds together. I hope it doesn't. Hope it falls apart, but something to watch. Now, I know we've been streaming on knwa.com. All you got to do is go to the knwa.com website. You click on the weather tab, and then you can watch our live stream. It's literally right there in front of your screen. Might be delayed a few seconds, just to keep in mind. So also there's another reason you need to be taking your precautions, your safety precautions, and don't just wait. When we tell you to, you want to do that as fast as possible. Right now, though, there are no official tornado warnings, but a couple areas of interest, to say the least. Just to the southwest of Aikens, also that other area that's crossing Highway 59. And the terrain there, it's pretty terrible, and it's tough to chase in that area.
Oh, 100%.
In eastern Oklahoma.
Yeah, it's a nightmare. Absolute nightmare.
Okay, severe thunderstorm warning does remain in parts of northwest Arkansas, too. And that line is getting closer and closer. So here's what we're going to do. I want to take a look here at the wide view. Tornado watch until 7 a.m. Let's pop that up on the screen, too. We'll do kind of a look at a wide view of all the watches. So there's the tornado watch that goes in effect until 11 o'clock or until 7 o'clock in the morning. You'll see multiple counties that are still east of that line of storm. So all these areas will still have the potential to rotate. Severe thunderstorm warning. That one, by the way, that's highlighted goes until 3:15. Also have another severe thunderstorm warning. Goes until 3 o'clock, another 8 minutes. And then finally, southwest Missouri, another severe thunderstorm warning goes until 3 o'clock in the morning. That does have that tornado possible tag. So another 8 minutes or so. 2 warnings will be expiring. Hopefully they can all expire and we can all go to bed and not have to worry about this. But that's, yeah, I don't like that.
I'm going to go ahead and plot roads right here.
Yeah, and then Zach, let's do a fresh track, your town, your timing, not just roads, but we'll do that on that cell as it moves northeast. And we'll extend that track into southwest Washington County, just in case. Okay, something
We
to
have
watch.
that track on Weather 1, right, Josh?
Yeah, it's right there.
Yeah. I think it's worth noting this part of the line seems to be balanced, and to our north in Washington, Benton County, Washington County, a little bit of outflow dominance, but this portion that we're zoomed in, tornado potential is definitely there.
Yeah, that one too. That's in Adair County, right there that we're looking at with that track. So we're gonna zoom that out just a little bit, and we'll go ahead and take that, and then we're going to take that along that nub there that just now bowed out just a little bit to the north and east of Greasy. I'm actually going to reset that one. So we're going to take it off to the north and east and put it through southeastern Washington County. So, yeah, that cherry tree area right there, we were just talking about that, Dan. Looks like that area of rotation just to the south of Cherry Tree right now, moving along U.S. Highway 59. That storm will continue to track off to the north and east. We're talking about southwestern Washington County, Zach, Evansville, around 3:11 a.m. So within the next 10 to 15 minutes or so, arriving through southwestern Washington County. Let's see here, 3:22 a.m. Clyde, 3:28 a.m. Hubbard, 3:32 a.m. in Hawkeye, just to the south of Farmington, and then a little bit farther down the road, 3:37 in the Woolsey area. But right now, south of Cherry Tree, you need to be definitely perhaps taking your tornado precaution, treating this as if there was a tornado warning, because these kind of areas of rotation, they just rapidly ramp up, drop tornadoes. They're not necessarily weak sometimes as well. So we just have to keep a close eye on this, but definitely an area of concern there just off to the north and east of Greasy now. Crossing U.S. Highway 59, specific roads that were plotted just off to the southwest of Bell. If you live near Candy Mink Springs Road.
Want to take weather too,
Yes,
by the way. Let's just take weather too.
Yep. And Salem Road right there. Looks like maybe County Road 4720, D4712 as well, just a little bit north of there. If we maybe make one more plot here, let's see what this road is right here. So that's D4719 road. So if you live just off to the south and west of Salem, you need to be keeping a close eye on this. Just off to the west of Bell, that potential area of rotation is now crossing U.S. Highway 59, just off to the north and east of the Greasy area.
Looks like maybe that rotation kind of cycling right now.
Yep.
And then don't forget, we got that south area too in Sequoia County that we got to watch for our friends in the River Valley. There you go. That's showing up a little bit more. Well, and you can bring me up on the wall on this, but I'm going to give you an idea of what we're looking at. So first of all, this is the velocity signature. I could tell by looking at the radials that the radar is located in Fort Smith. So when that gives us the bearings of how we can read this radar site. So the red colors, that's rain moving away from the radar, and the green colors, rain moving towards, and even blue showing up. That's a little bit stronger motion towards the radar. So whenever you have that circulation, of course, the radar can't read if the wind's going this way or this way because that's parallel to the radar site. So it's not going closer or farther away from the radar. Therefore, that's why you get the couplet right there. And then you also see what's called the zero isodop, where basically the radar can't tell if the rain is moving towards or away from the radar. That's an area that we definitely need to watch. Yeah, see that inflow kind of cranking up. Let's see what it looks like on reflectivity. And a little bit of isolated cells out ahead of it. It's kind of like we're just lacking that one ingredient. And I think that's the 0 to 3 kilometer cape, in my opinion. I think that's something that's lacking.
It's really important it's really important for QLCS tornado potential. We've studied that pretty extensively as well. If you don't have that 0 to 3 kilometer cape, typically these storms can struggle, especially later on in their lifespan. You know, early on they were obviously producing tornadoes. I think more so from cell interactions, as you were mentioning earlier. Especially just off in southern Oklahoma with those stronger tornadoes. As that line was moving in, you had those individual supercells tapping in at the perfect angle for those storms to start rapidly rotating. Now that they're a little bit later on in their life cycle, they're moving into northwest Arkansas. They have to kind of interact with that low-level cape, and it's just not there right now. And that's a good sign, because that means it's going to be a struggle for these to really ramp up.
You mentioned that. I will say this too. People wondering what 0 to 3 kilometer cape might be. That's not a cape that you're wearing. All heroes wear capes. No capes.
No capes.
I had to think about that because that's the Incredibles. But it's early. But you'll notice that storm north of Salisaw right there. But what I was going to say is 0 to 3 kilometer cape is convective available potential energy. So that is the amount of fuel that's available for the thunderstorm. And when it's really low to the ground, that can take those little horizontal spins, and just like a figure skater pulls its arms in, starts spinning faster, that's what could create the last little bit of oomph, if you will, a little bit of spin that will allow that circulation to reach to the ground when you get that tilting and stretching from that low-level instability. So that's why it's important, and that's what that is. But that's starting to show up a little bit more for sure, as we're talking all this science jargon. But that's an area of rotation that we'll need to watch.
That lines up.
It is.
Yep.
So far, though, not enough to prompt it. And maybe a little nub. I'll have to see how that goes.
It's that isolated cell right there that's just out ahead of it.
Oh, there is an isolated cell.
Yeah.
Go back in time. Let's step forward through that. Or is that just a little appendage?
Ooh.
Yeah, a little bit of it's kind of developing along the outflow boundary.
Yeah, I think that might be an isolated cell right along the outflow boundary, as you just mentioned. That's what the outflow boundaries can do.
Mm-hmm.
They can develop these little cells, and they can interact with these with the QLCS and enhance that low-level rotation, can kind of compensate for that lack of low-level instability, as you just mentioned, Dan, which is exactly what happened in southern Oklahoma and caused those big tornadoes there. So we have to keep an eye on that.
Another thing we got to keep an eye on is later on this afternoon, more isolated storms going to be popping up. And this energy swings out, but we got more on the way. So we'll watch this. We'll continue to track it. I know a lot of people are probably watching. Is there any place that can go to bed right now at 3 o'clock in the morning? Let's give you the all clear on who can. Not many people.
Not many people.
Honestly. So slow moving.
I will say this northern part of the line,
yeah,
especially near Bentonville, Pineville, southwestern Missouri, this is becoming very cold pool dominant. These storms are weakening rapidly.
And you can see that by the reflectivity. You got
Yeah.
bright reds, you got purples showing up. Those are stronger cells. Washington County, don't let down your guard. Benton County, especially central and western Benton County, except for this area that might be extending into southern Benton County. But if you live in Gravette, Decatur, Sulphur Springs, all those areas, you're fine to go to bed. It's all gone. Siloam Springs, you're still going to get some heavy rain, thunderstorm activity. Let's see what we've got. I mean, there's got to be some type of lightning that's going on right now with this line moving in. And so, yeah, there we go.
There you go.
We're right on cue. Look at the wind, though. Kicking up. Let's take that camera and point it west. See if we can get maybe the shelf cloud of that line coming in. I spun the camera around to look at the rain. But we'll take this camera and we'll point it west and see what we got.
All right.
But you can see those rain curtains coming down. There's got to be along the line a little bit of lightning.
At least a little bit.
Slow moving. That's going to be the worst thing out of all this is how much rain and heavy rain this is going to produce. So if you live in an area that is prone to flash flooding, you have low water crossings, low bridges, those areas, they're going to get a little flooded. So you're probably not going to be able to get out of your location after this is all said and done because this is going to produce some heavy rain, an additional heavy rain.
Hey, Dan, that area of rotation near Stony Point, you check that out on Mega Doppler right now because I think that's tightening up a little bit right there.
Yeah, that sure is.
Yeah. That right there, this area that we're watching right here.
That's going to be, I think, if that continues, it scans a few more times, that's going to be something that could prompt tornado potential. Because you got now bright greens and even some blues showing up. Just to let you know, that's about 40, 50 mile an hour winds that are racing out away from or towards the radar and then away from the radar. So remember the radar beam measuring that reflectivity. Let me give you an idea here. So we've got, there's the TVS.
Yeah. And that lines
Tornado
up.
vortex signature. And this is the start of it. This is a tornado possible tag. We'll click on that. We'll look at the very latest on that warning. Here we go.
Right on cue.
So that's the leading edge of that line. That's the balanced area. Tornado possible. Radar indicated 60 mile an hour winds till 345. Now, what concerns me about this area, this is an area that's not been disturbed. It's got a lot of wind shear. We know the low-level winds are strong, so strong that it's causing power outages. That could knock down a tree branch or something like that. That can cause a power line to arc. But that's going to be an area to watch for sure. Let's do a track specifically. We're going to do 2 tracks. Number one, I'm going to do a track on this line here. And Zach, we're going to have you do this on the weather 1. But let's first of all do a track on the most dangerous portion of the storm. And then we'll do a track on number 2, the tornado, the line, so the entire line. But that's what we're going to be watching here. Severe thunderstorm warning till 3:45 coming into southwestern and western and southern Washington County. So this entire line is going to be impacting even northern Crawford County. And guess what? We've got a view of that. We could check it out on our Weatherbug Network camera. If this is working, this would be in the Cartwright Mountain area. Looks like the thing's a little slow to respond. So let's see here. We'll bring it up on Weather 3, huh? Cartwright? All right.
Yep, here we go. I got it pulled up for you right there, Cartwright Mountain.
There you go. Move a cursor to the bottom right.
Yep.
And is that looking west?
That is.
Let's see here.
Now it is. Now it is.
Now it is.
Yep.
And just to let you know, I know about this. I needed to fix this. West and northwest are looking at the same view. They're the same view, unfortunately. So,
but it's still west.
I got to adjust that. Yeah. Circulation That's something to watch. Got an inflection point. Yeah, we'll need to watch this part of the line a little bit. I'm gonna restart here. iPad, it's acting a little sluggish.
Yeah, that area of rotation is persisting.
I can hear you. I
On
can hear you
TV.
stepping back and forth on the reflectivity scan. So let's go ahead and we'll go to weather. As soon as I bring this up, we're going to go to Mega Doppler on weather 2.
This is interesting. I think these cells are interacting with each other right now. It really looks like that's what's happening.
Yeah. Go back and step back and forth.
I'm going to have to zoom out just a little bit here and let me remove those roads.
I mean, we know the low-level wind shear is increasing. This is about at its max point. You got the low-level flow, the storm relative velocity that's pretty strong. All these winds that are racing out ahead of the storm. And then you got this circulation. TVS right there probably will get co-located over the circulation here on the next radar scan once it continues to move east-northeast.
Got a track on that.
Okay.
circulation, Dan.
All right.
Weather 1 here.
Yeah, let's go ahead and we'll do that. Go to weather 1. Keep an eye on that area in Sequoia County. Looks like the other area is not balanced anymore.
Yes, so we're looking east of Stony Point here, and we're looking at counties like moving into Crawford and southern Washington County. So this is an area of circulation along this line that we're definitely watching. And if you're in the area of this red polygon, again, it's not a tornado warning just yet, but it's tornado possible. So get ready to get to your safe place. Again, it's not a tornado warn storm just yet, but it might be soon. So if you are in the path of any of these towns, get ready. You might need to take your precautions pretty soon here. Barcelona by around 3:21 in the morning. Independence Church 3:29. Beyond that, Natural Dam at around 3:30 a.m. Lee Creek 3:37. Devil's Den State Park at around 3:53. And then Winslow 4:06. So this line is making its way east, and we're definitely watching it. Circulations is a tornado possible severe thunderstorm, and I definitely, you can't go to bed just yet. If you are in this severe storm warning, don't take it lightly, because again, even though we have no tornado warnings as of right now, we could definitely see some circulation. And as you can see, Josh is looking at Mega Doppler showing a little bit of indication that we could be seeing some rotation here.
Yeah, rotation increasing a little bit. You can see that area of rotation. I do have the weather camera on there from Carl. I'll remove that here soon, but let's go to weather 2 if we can. You got the velocity image. Bellefonte, you can see that. Just to the northwest of Bellefonte. And this is going to be, like I said, tracking into southwest Washington County here shortly. Did prompt that severe thunderstorm warning. Just not seeing a whole lot of lightning.
Yeah,
kind of unusual
it's
here.
Really died down.
Circulation's kind of weakened a little bit too.
It has.
Looks like it might be getting absorbed by the line and some cooler outflow. But nevertheless, don't give up on a rotating storm. You can see that area of rotation is still showing a tornado vortex signature, where the radar is indicating this area of rotation. You know what I'd like to do, Josh?
Mm-hmm.
We can do this, and we can look at this in let's check this out in 4 dimensions, if you will. So we'll zoom out a little bit more. We'll do a one panel, but we'll do a volumetric. So we'll zoom out here just a little bit. Let's look at the leading edge of this storm. Let's take a volumetric scan and show what we're talking about with this cell. So this is when you basically look at it in 3 dimensions here. Go a little bit wider just so we get a better view all the way. There you go, just south of the storm. So that's a pretty healthy storm. You can definitely see that those thunderstorm tops are pretty tall. Now, I do want to do this. Let's look at the normalized rotation. Let's look at the rotation indications and see if we have any type of deep circulations along the leading edge. Look at all that. Right on the leading edge of that line, We'll pan it around just a little bit more here. That's looking straight north. These are all those low-level circulations that could eventually quickly prompt tornado potential. And those are rotations within the storm that are on the leading edge. And that's why you have such a volatile environment in terms of that rotation. But that really does give you a good idea on that rotation. That's why a mega Doppler is such a useful tool. High heating cooling mega Doppler cannot be beat. So, and there you see the velocity signatures associated with that storm. Still some pretty impressive storms, and yet not a lot of lightning with them. They're pretty vertically developed too.
That's very interesting. You don't typically see that with these type of systems. So I am a little surprised, but it could also be a sign it's on the weakening trend too, which is certainly something we want to see. Man, some healthy looking updrafts there. That is for sure.
All right, so I'm going to go here. We're going to draw that. Draw Lincoln camera here. Ooh, Lincoln camera's got a view of that.
Oh,
yeah.
Nice.
Let's bring that up and go to that full. I'll do that here on let's do it on Weather 3 whenever we get the chance. Yeah.
Okay. Yep, I'll get that pulled up there.
All right. We don't have to go right to there you go.
Perfect. Oh yeah. Let me move the
That's a beautiful shot.
Wow.
There you go.
There's some lightning. Now it's
we
ramping
finally
up.
got some lightning now.
And the camera's working.
I know.
So that's great. Yeah, this is already a win.
Don't say it too long. But here's what I want to do. I want to move this camera just a little bit to the southwest. There we go. On the leading edge of the line. That's going to be, some nice lightning associated with that. Some defined lightning. So this is the part of the storm that's coming in.
And we can't completely
That's looking due west right there.
look away from the storm east of Stony Point.
No,
It
still has that area. Still has that
does.
rotation area.
Yeah. We'll keep an eye on it.
Finally getting some lightning.
It's definitely ramped up. I've noticed that. It's typically a sign it might be intensifying just a little bit.
Zach, I don't know if you're monitoring comments at all on social media, but I know obviously we're going to have multiple people asking as the storm continues to come on in, what's going on with this, but maybe not a lot of comments at all, huh?
No, there was a lot of comments, but for some reason it doesn't seem to be
Updating?
Lagging.
Is it frozen?
Might be.
Looks like it's frozen on our end.
Oh, it is frozen. Wait, is the stream still going?
We'll find out here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll check it out. Hold on just a second. This will let us know.
Keep an eye on the radar.
Yeah, I think so. We're still on the
I think it's still
radar.
going.
I think we just got so many comments and viewers. 5,000 viewers almost.
Wow.
Yeah. At 3 o'clock in the morning.
Let me see if we can bring it up real fast. It is a dangerous storm, and there's multiple areas of circulations, tornado watch till 7 a.m.
Oh, I think it's going now.
All those things.
Yeah,
we're back.
We're back. We're back.
Okay.
We are back. Yeah.
Let's see. Yep, got it. You can see that in WeatherBug camera. All right, so that's WeatherBug camera. Oh yeah, lightning
That's
is
nice.
that's nice.
Ah,
Finally getting a view of some structure there.
Starting to see some outflow to the. I think the only, if you take weather 1, I kind of drew a little line segment where it seems to be balanced, where the tornado potential looks to be the highest for us, and there it is right there. So that segment of the line that has to be watched for tornado potential. This is a severe storm with a tornado possible tag, and if you are in the area of that red shade, your tornado potential is definitely there tonight. So again, if you are in the area of Shorts around 317, so there's a little area trying to make its way through that area right now. At Lee Creek around 3:29 in the morning, Cedarville 3:33, Rudy 344 in the morning, Chester 349, heading into lock by around 4:02 in the morning. So still tracking this line, showing some potential signs of circulation, especially at that point right there. The dynamics seem to be lining up at that area, so definitely need to be monitoring that closely. Just north of Fort Smith is where we're looking at right here.
Only have one severe thunderstorm warning left.
Yeah, just one
Yeah.
severe storm.
And it does have a tornado possible tag on it. And it makes sense, too, Zach. We've been watching that area very closely. Still prevalent there, just off to the north of Short, about to cross into northern Crawford County. And then it may cross into southern Washington County later. So we'll have to keep an eye on that area of rotation, just to the southwest of Natural Dam there. Let's go ahead and pull that up on Weather 2 right now on Hollow Heating Cooling Mega Doppler. It looks like
a little bit of outflow in Washington County, though. I think Crawford County is where we have to watch the closest.
Yeah, Crawford County right now, exactly. Just to the southwest of Natural Dam, that's what we're looking at right here. That's that area of interest that we've been watching over the last several minutes. It again, it just ramps up. Then it kind of slows down, ramps up, slows down again. But this is why you got to watch it like a hawk. I will say it was a little bit stronger earlier near the Stony Point area. But again, the severe thunderstorm warning has a tornado possible tag on it for a good reason, because these storms can produce tornadoes pretty rapidly. Now we jog a little bit farther to the north here. There is a mesocyclone feature showing up on radar here. I don't think that quite lines up there just to the north of Prairie Grove. Maybe some stronger winds starting to move into Benton County near Bentonville and Bella Vista at this time, but definitely non-severe winds, I would say, in those areas, which is why there's not a severe thunderstorm warning. Bella Vista, just a little bit farther west towards Gravette and Decatur. I think the severe weather threat is beginning to wane just a little bit there in northwestern Benton County. But then you jog a little bit farther south, as Dan mentioned earlier, you see those darker reds, purples. Those areas right there, much stronger thunderstorms that are ongoing at this time, especially that severe thunderstorm warning that remains in effect for portions of Adair, Sequoia, northwestern Crawford, and a large part of Washington County, which includes southern Fayetteville as well. So that storm will be racing off to the north and east. I'm going to take another look at reflectivity here to kind of see that rotation. Definitely kind of falling apart just a little bit there. Looks a little bit more broad to the northwest of Uniontown. You want to kind of see those darker reds and those darker greens. That's a sign that maybe that rotation's ramping up a little bit, but maybe getting a little bit more broad again. It just ebbs and flows. So we're going to keep watching that area, but definitely some stronger winds for sure. That's going to be moving towards that Natural Dam area. You can see how this kind of segment is bowing out right here. Very heavy rainfall, some small hail as well, maybe going on near the Evansville area. I'm going to jog this radar just a little bit farther to the north so you can see that where those purples are. That's likely where we got some penny-sized hail that's ongoing. And then if we take a wider view once again here, I want to show this reflectivity because we got this line of thunderstorms that's starting to move towards portions of the I-40 corridor as well. Now, the good news is with these storms, and we're not going to let our guard down, but one thing I am noticing is that they're very outflow dominant at this time. So that's typically a good sign that outflow is racing out ahead of that thunderstorm. That's a lot of cold air that this storm is going to be interacting with very soon. So as long as that outflow boundary continues to race off to the east, you might encounter some stronger winds in Fort Smith pretty soon, but it does typically mean that these storms are going to be on a bit of weakening trend there. So again, Zach and Dan watching this line very closely. Again, you can see that feature on Mega Doppler, but that just doesn't line up there with that mesocyclone. I don't think that's what's going on there west of Fayetteville.
A little bit of outflow there in Washington County too.
Quite a bit of outflow. You know, here's the crazy thing, Zach. That outflow has not moved very much. It's moving very slowly. You know, typically when you see these outflow boundaries, they kind of race out ahead of the storms. Which, you know, the closer they stay to the storms, the more likely they can start causing some issues. But again, I'm noticing a lot of these storms, especially on the far northern side and the far southern side of the line. They are very outflow dominant, so that means a lot of cold air is racing out ahead of them. But again, that one storm just to the northwest of Cedarville, that needs to be watched. But yep,
Yeah,
still showing up.
northern Crawford County, that area seems to be balanced.
It does, and it's trying. It is a little bit more of an isolated cell. I'm looking at it here on the reflectivity. If you look at the reflectivity, it's an isolated cell that could definitely.
Oh,
Another thing too is there could be a cell merger. We'll have to watch that little cell merger that takes
There it
place
is right
to see if
there.
it kind of clips that corner and prompts a little bit more of a circulation to develop. A little bit of a hail core too. So that's a stronger part of the storm. I've got our WeatherBug Network camera. We've got it from Cartwright Mountain. We're looking off to the west-southwest, but man, not a lot of lightning. And it could be the camera that just doesn't see it because of the technology isn't quite as good as some of our newer cameras. But definitely impressive, though, in terms of what it looks like reflectivity-wise, especially getting clipped on the south side. But you mentioned, Zach and Josh, how slow that line is moving, that outflow boundary.
Mhm.
Keep in mind, that's how slow those reflectivity cores are going to move too, meaning your rain is going to last for a little while. It's going to be some downpours with this system.
Very heavy rainfall. And the thing is too, Zach, we've talked about this before as well. Flash flooding is a killer. I mean, it kills more people than any other natural disaster, way more than tornadoes, way more than damaging winds, way more than hail. So this is an increasing concern, not only as we go throughout the rest of the overnight hours, but as we go into the daytime hours, especially tomorrow morning, folks going to church services and stuff like that. I am concerned about a lot of running water on the roadways and stuff like that. So
great point, Josh.
Yeah.
We are under the whole forecast area flash flood watch through 1 o'clock tomorrow, 1 p.m. or actually 1 p.m. today. Sunday, and
you did say tomorrow for church too, Josh.
Yeah, there we go. It's getting us.
I've done it like 4 times.
I was looking at forecasted rainfall totals, 2 to maybe even up to 5 inches of rain.
Yeah,
for some areas.
We could take a look. We should look and see how much rain we've seen already. Estimated rainfall totals from this line out to the west. So let's go ahead and we'll do that here as we look at some of the precipitation totals here. We're going to be doing that on, there we go.
Oh, nice.
See if we can bring it up. So here's a look at, look at some of those rain totals. My goodness. So you see the top of the screen here, 6-7 inches. That's measured estimate. It's basically estimated rainfall. Those are those supercells, though, that dump copious amounts of rainfall. And the stronger cells are going to produce that heavier rain. Look at all the storm reports, too, all the tornado reports. There's the tornado report, Southwest Delaware County, one that went through Pegs, a little bit of damage. Also had power lines that were reported. I wonder if Wyatt ever found those power lines, but there was a power flash that occurred just to the west of Sulphur Springs, which makes sense.
Oh, Wyatt actually sent you
some stuff.
So it looks like a video.
Yeah.
Might have that. But let me show you how much rain we've got here. Yeah, so there's our WeatherBug Network camera at Cartwright Mountain. Just don't see. You know it's moving. It's a little out of focus here watching it, aren't you guys?
Yeah, we're trying to look for this flash that he saw here.
Yeah.
Oh, yep, that's definitely a power flash. They got the orange hues.
Yeah, so it was Sulphur Springs.
Might have had a little brief touchdown, huh?
Yeah. Right along that tornado warning.
That was earlier today. That was earlier this morning. But let's look at these rain totals. I'm imagining they're pretty south.
That's significant.
There you go, 3.4 inches total. 3.9 with that cell. So these are the estimated rainfall totals. This isn't obviously all just today, but that's over the last 24 hours. So, yeah, we did have a little bit of rain that happened, but it would be basically almost all today because we really didn't have much over the last 24 hours. all the way up and down that line, just trying, but just kind of struggling still. So that's good.
Oh, Wyatt said he's stuck in a ditch.
Oh, no.
He hasn't been able to look for any kind of debris or any kind of damage. So
Where's he located? Can you ask him?
Oh,
where's
finally
the
some
location
lightning.
is?
yeah, I think Wyatt's watching. Wyatt, where you located?
Just you can pin your address, Wyatt, on there.
Maybe we could get someone out to help you.
Yeah. Don't want to get caught up in this rain, especially in those ditches.
Oh, yeah.
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 I wonder what happened. I wonder if he was just it was a little soggy from the rain that happened a couple of days ago that moved in, and then maybe just wasn't able to get out of a ditch. That happened to me in a drainage area once. That ground is soggy and wet. Now that part by Cedarville, just to the north of Cedarville, that needs to be watched closely. So
Yeah, I'm watching that.
yeah, we're going to be watching that now. I've got my WeatherBug Network camera pointed right at it. Not seeing much, obviously. I think the iris of this camera it needs to be adjusted a little bit because, well, there you go. You got a little flash you can see off in the distance. 3:26 in the morning. I have one severe thunderstorm warning, but it does have a tornado possible tag. And several areas along this line kind of spinning up a little bit in terms of rotation, and then they started a weekend, and then they spun up again, and then weekend, and just a lot of cycling. That's what they've been doing over the last hour and a half. There you see that natural dam. Let's go to weather 2 if we can. Take a look at natural dam, Lee Creek. There's that area that needs to be watched, a little bit of a hail core on the north side. Maybe some people camping. We mentioned that. I stress that so much that people shouldn't be out camping. And this is about the time that Devil's Den State Park isn't going to be any fun.
No, not at all.
With lightning flashing around and all that stuff. So it just keeps trying and then just struggles to maintain development. But that's natural dam. That's where your area of rotation would be associated with. And we did set the storm motion from the warning, correct?
Yes, sir.
Just want to make sure because the velocity image will look a lot different if it wasn't. Look at the reflectivity cores. I think we're starting to see something begin to increase a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Look at that. You can see a descending reflectivity core there. Zoom out just a little bit. Seeing another one right here. Perhaps maybe a little nub. And then also just to the north of Natural Dam, you're going to see right in here. That looks pretty strong north of Lee Creek. That's something to watch.
These areas, man, it just
They try and then they just fall apart. And I think that's low level instability is lacking. So they're spinning, but they're not getting the essentially pull of the string that allows the top to spin.
Got an update on Wyatt. He's got a tow truck coming.
Oh, good.
Good deal.
Yeah, that's good.
Sorry to Wyatt's parents. Obviously, we didn't, tell them to go storm chasing, but that happens sometimes. It does. So
Realities of storm chasing.
we're watching it. Yeah, that area north of Lee Creek needs to be watched for sure, and that is entering into southwestern Washington County.
That one is the most interesting one for sure right now. When we look at that, take it back a little bit. Get rid of that purple haze.
They just kind of ramp up and then they disappear. And then they ramp up again, disappear. So they're still struggling.
There is a little enhanced area on normalized rotation right on top of that.
Devil's Den too. It's headed right towards Devil's Den. Zach, just because of many people that might be outdoors, let's go ahead and do a little track.
I've got a big track on that line that looks balanced.
Okay.
So like these circulations keep popping up, they keep dying down. No tornado warnings right now, but if you take weather 1, you can see we got a storm track on this line here. This is a tornado possible severe storm warning in effect through 3:45 in the morning. So again, if you are in the area of that red polygon, the ingredients are there for tornadoes. Now, no tornado warnings just yet, but think about a plan of action if a warning gets issued, because it could happen at any second. So again, if you are in the area of Cedarville, 3:33 in the morning, that's when this line is coming through. Devil's Den State Park, Dan mentioned it, 3:40 in the morning. Beyond that, Blackburn, 3:43. Mountainburg heading your way at 3:55 in the morning. And then beyond that, we're going 4 o'clock in the morning, Winfrey, 4:08, Sunset, 4:14, Bidville, and 4:19 crosses. So this is the section that we are keying in on. Again, it's northern Crawford County, southern Washington County, because this is the area of the line that is of concern. And we're zoomed in on this. This is our one and only severe storm warning. Again, it includes Crawford and Washington County. Will be in effect for about 14 more minutes. So we're going to see what happens here. We're going to see if this gets reissued, if this drops off. Can definitely see some bulging on that line there in northern Crawford County. And I think Josh has got some streets plotted in that southern Washington County, northern Crawford County area. And that's the area where we're zooming in on. So
Hyper focused
on that. So if we can take that in weather 2.
Yeah, I think that's weather 2.
We can see the mega Doppler.
Yes, I got some streets plotted here. Again, this is heading right towards Devil's Den State Park. So hopefully, as Dan said, nobody's out there camping right now. We've got Carter Road in the path of this, Bug Scuffle Road right now, just off to the north and east of that area of interest. We've got Lee Creek Road as well, Strickler Road, Carter Road. We've got that state highway that heads a little bit southbound there towards Devil's Den. I think that is State Highway 170 as you head southbound towards Devil's Den. So these areas right here need to keep a close eye on this. At the very least, some strong winds from that enhanced area of maybe some rotation that's going on there just off to the southwest of Devil's Den. But it's been pretty consistent on radar over the last several scans. I've been watching it very closely. 3 scans now, maybe starting to weaken just a little bit there. That's a good sign to the southwest of Devil's Den. But another area of interest maybe near Lee Creek and Natural Dam as well. Again, as Zach just mentioned, and this is why he did a storm track across the entire line, because these areas ramp up and then they slow down and ramp up again. So we've got 2 little areas that we're watching very closely there. Again, one of those is just to the southwest of Devil's Den, maybe starting to lose its rotation just a little bit. Then maybe another one here just to the south of Lee Creek and Natural Dam, but that one kind of falling apart as well. So we're not going to take our eye off of it, that's for sure. There's another one right there, potentially southwest of West Fork. Let's kind of look at that on reflectivity. Notice that outflow boundary now, still located just off to the west of Fayetteville. I would say within about, well, it's moving so slowly, so I don't want to say within like 3 minutes or so, but within the next 10 to 15 minutes, I think we're going to see some stronger outflow boundary winds in Fayetteville. It's going to be a very cool wind, too, if you step outside and feel it. And that's usually a good sign if it can race well out ahead of the line of storms. The problem is that these storms are kind of staying pretty close to this outflow boundary. So that's why those areas of rotation need to be watched. I think that's why you have these additional cells. You notice this right up here to the north of Natural Dam, these additional cells that develop right along that outflow boundary. And right now they're not causing a whole lot of problems, but if they can take the right path and they can interact with the cell in just the right form or fashion, it can really enhance your low-level wind fields and really enhance that low-level rotation and allow that horizontal column to become vertical. So we'll have to watch that very closely. Again, I wouldn't say there's any areas that are in immediate tornado danger right now from this line of storms, but definitely something we're going to keep a close eye on. And at the very least, some strong winds starting to move through northern Crawford County, just off to the west of Chester, Mountainburg, Winslow, Brentwood. If you're in those areas, just be ready. Some stronger winds are pushing towards northern Crawford and southern Washington County right now. But Dan, it looks like maybe our area of rotation still trying to persist right now. Let's look at normalized rotation just one more time. Again, just not seeing it quite yet there for QLCS tornado potential, but definitely a line that's intensified quite recently. for sure there, just to the south of Fayetteville.
Hey, so Josh, we've gotten some comments, and I've seen them on social media asking about what about the river valley? Well, we're focused on this area that's in north central sections of the river valley. We're talking Crawford as well as Washington County. Right now, Fort Smith is okay. Van Buren, Fort Smith, the rain hasn't even moved in. There will be heavy rain associated with this, but you'll notice just that little outflow boundary that's moving in right there. Fort Coffee, Fort Smith starting to see some gusty winds. Let's go ahead and we'll take a look here, if we can, at a WeatherBug network camera, and we'll look at this located just close to Fort Smith right there. It looks like we can bring that up on Weather 3, but we'll take a look here. And it's interesting how this shuts down.
Yeah, Lincoln went down.
Yeah. There you go. You can see it right there. Sorry, Chad. I know you worked on it a long time, but that gives you an idea how it goes out all the time. So this is looking off to the west, and that is located from Fort Smith, and that's at the public library. We also have Miss Laura's, too, that will be a little bit better and closer to this line, actually. So we'll flip over there and go to Fort Smith, Miss Laura's historic site now. Yeah, you're going to go north. Look for a west view. There you go. Got the areas. So you can see us adjusting this while we're on the screen. But this is kind of our program that we use to monitor and track these cameras.
Might be seeing the leading edge of that outflow right there.
Yeah, I think so.
With that cloud feature. So some gusty winds going to come in just a few moments there. Look how slow it's moving, though.
It is moving very slow.
Yeah, molasses.
But that's also bad news for the heavy rain potential. So
it is.
Step out of the way so we can get a full view of that camera.
I will say though, with the storms that are along and south of Interstate 40, definitely not line normal. I would say, Dan.
I know I saw that
yes.
on the 0 to 3 kilometer bulk shear vector. It's kind of more parallel, if anything.
Yeah.
So if the line runs itself from northwest to southeast, that will prompt tornado potential. At the moment, and what I mean by that is, I'll show you. If you want to bring up Weather 2, and we can, looking off in the distance, you can see that. But let's go ahead and we'll bring up Weather 2 with me at the wall. We can. So here's the severe thunderstorm warning. Now, what I was talking about is this. So the line essentially needs to be oriented like this. So it needs to be moving kind of like this way to the northeast. And then that line needs to run this way from northwest to southeast. Is there anywhere along this line that's starting to take place? Not really, because this is the way that low-level shear vector almost parallel to the storms. So that's not going to do it in terms of QLCS tornado potential. What will happen, though, because if you remember, we can go back to this tornado warning storm that was in southwest Missouri as well as northeast Oklahoma. We'll go back and why don't we go back a little bit longer here? I actually can't do that remotely. You can't go back more than a few hours. But if you do on Weather 2, let's go back about 3 hours on the radar, if you can, Josh. And I'll show you what I mean here on Weather 2. We're looking at live Doppler radar. So we can go back instead of just 1 hour, we can go back 3 hours. And then you'll see that part of the line that kind of went and oriented itself from northwest to southeast. That was the part of the line that started to prompt that tornado potential. Can you do that on Weather 3? On Weather 2? Excuse me.
You want me to do it on Weather 2?
Yeah, that's the only one I want. Yeah. There we go. You can do it on Weather 3 too. Let's go here. Let's go to the last 3 hours, and then you'll be able to see this. So see how the line is kind of running northwest to southeast, and then that's what prompted the tornado potential. So that was a part of the line right in here.
I'm going to move these warnings out of the way. They're going to pop up there.
Yeah.
There we go. There's your warnings without the labels.
See how you have the QLCS? See how it's running northwest to southeast? That lines up with perpendicular motion to the shear vector. But then when the storms are kind of running north and south, especially with that upper level flow coming in, looks like we got a new tornado possible tag, severe thunderstorm warning. We'll bring that up, take a look. There's the weather radio. So these storms still trying. And now this warning goes until, that's the old one. Here's the new one, until 4:30. Tornado possible still at this point. See, we're not going to let our guard down until this storm comes all the way through the area. Because even though it's not looking like it's going to be favorable, it could still do that. And so now we got a severe thunderstorm warning that's covering a good portion of Washington County. Let's go ahead. We'll zoom in, show some of the locations that are going to be impacted. Johnson, Sonora, Haberton, Goshen. Also got Mayfield, Spring Valley, Fayetteville, obviously, Baldwin, Harris, Elkins, Greenland, Farmington. And let's look at that here. Keep an eye on Mega Doppler. We got a little circulation there showing up.
Let's see. Near, I'm watching one that's just off to the southwest of West Fork. Another one maybe towards Devil's Den State Park once again, right there. Maybe a little bit of an enhancement right there. And those are the two that I'm watching very closely right now. If we go to reflectivity, we can kind of see that. So there you go right there. Again, I was just talking about Devil's Den. Maybe a little bit of a nub showing up there south of Devil's Den. And maybe one more southwest of West Fork. It looks like this line, Dan, has caught up with the outflow boundary completely.
Yeah, I was just about to say that.
That's not good. That means tornado potential could be ramping up again.
Yeah.
Now, check this out. We got it on Weather 2. This is a Mount Sequoia camera. Were you recording on this too?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I moved it just now, but that's okay because I wanted to get a good view of this. You can see the shelf cloud coming in. We'll see if there's any lightning associated with it. I'm not going to step in front of the camera because it could flash right as far as when I'm doing that. And then we lose the sight of the lowering, if you will.
Wind's cranking up quite a bit there.
Yeah.
That might be from the outflow boundary because the outflow boundary is right on top of Fayetteville right now. There you go. Not a lot of lightning.
I know.
So weird.
That shows you the updraft's on a weakening trend. It's got to be. I did see some. I know as soon as I step in front of it, it'll flash like crazy, and then we'll miss all the features. Let's just.
Works.
Should we try it?
Let's try.
Let's test fate here.
Yeah.
All right. So this right here is a shelf cloud associated with that feature, and then off in the distance, the precipitation, the rain would be behind it. We're watching. And I don't know if there's any circulation, but this is
you go. That's an ICG.
This is a tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning, meaning that it's not quite strong enough for tornado potential, but it could. And that kind of just basically, lets you know that this could prompt tornado potential with very little or no advance warning, which is why you have that tornado possible.
Yeah, I'm taking a wider view here on Mega Doppler, Dan, just to kind of show the scope of this shower and storm activity.
Yeah, let's do that.
You really need to see this stratiform rain that's coming in on the backside. That's as stout as it gets.
You see some reds in there.
Yeah, that's as stout as it gets. So once this line moves through, especially in Washington County and Crawford County, we are definitely transitioning to a big-time flash flooding risk here in Northwest Arkansas. That is for sure on the backside of that system, especially from, I think, a line from Benton to Washington to Crawford County, where you've already had these significant thunderstorms moving through that are dumping a ton of rain. And in River Valley, you're still going to get some heavier rainfall, but that stratiform rain core is really lining up with Northwest Arkansas right now, especially along and north of Interstate 40.
Oh, yeah, it sure is. And we already had some rain the past few days. So.
Yeah. And here's the deal, too. I mean, one thing that I was talking with Perry Durrani about leading up to this event, our anchor on KNWA Today, is that, we haven't had a whole lot of rain so far this year, and especially in the Fayetteville area. We've been at a big deficit. So the amount of water that the soil can contain is a lot lower than it normally is.
Yeah.
So you get more runoff, you get faster water flows on those roadways, and that can really ramp up that flash flooding potential.
That's a great point. In the
Mhm.
past couple days, we've had some storms pass through, so the ground is already pretty saturated. So it really can't take that much more. And we have this strong line coming through right now. Behind that, all that stratiform rain, and then even
Yes.
tomorrow afternoon, we have some more rain coming in. So
Yeah.
just a whole lot, and that mess you're seeing right there is some lightning strikes. And
Yeah.
we're seeing some lightning even behind the storm too.
Stratiform
Well,
lightning.
these are the ones that
Yeah.
will really rattle your home, by the way, at 3:45 in the morning. People in the Tulsa area, it doesn't look like much because it's not the leading edge of the thunderstorm. But on the backside of the anvil, you get these positive strikes, and man, oh man, can it shake your home. And some of those can be rather intense, by the way, too.
Yeah, I
So-
feel like every time we have like a system like this come through, Dan, like the morning after, we always talk about a big lightning strike that had like a big amperage
Yeah.
or whatever on that stratiform rain. It's crazy.
And that happens from these positive bolts because they come from the very top of the thunderstorm, the anvils of the storm. Anvil crawlers could shoot across the sky and then come down to the ground. And it takes a lot of current, takes a lot of amperage for that to reach the ground. That's why those bolts are a little noisier and also sound like explosions when they're happening really close to your house. I mean, all lightning with the thunder is loud. All thunder is loud, but it's those positive strikes that will really rattle your cage, if you will. Speaking of lightning, why don't we do a little lightning counter here? Let's see what we got currently as we zoom in. We'll stop the radar here. So about 64 lightning strikes within this window. And because of that, let's check it out. Let's go on our WeatherBug Network camera. I'm going to keep this on, and let's see from our Graduate Hotel WeatherBug Network camera. Let's see what we got. So that's looking off to the southeast, so you probably won't see as much lightning with that. So let me do a one that's more in a different location here. Let's go with Mount Sequoia again. Obviously not a lot of structure, but you can see the leading edge of that shelf coming in. How about those circulations? I don't really see much kind of ramping up, and it's kind of because it's parallel to the upper level flow or the low level 0 to 3 kilometer flow.
Nah, I'm not seeing a whole lot right now either.
Yeah.
On radar. Maybe one little area to the west of Winslow, right there, that might be trying to take off. That lines up with the base reflectivity. Let's look at that normalized rotation there.
Okay, let me do
That
that
really
here.
lining up there. It's just struggling right now, like you said, Dan. The shear vector parallel,
Yeah.
and that typically does not favor QLCS tornado potential, especially when you have no low-level instability.
Let me do this here. Let me bring that up for you because we're looking at the wrong source. Yeah, so there's Halhi and Cooley Megadoppler, and that's what you're watching along the leading edge. But instead of it kind of facing and oriented this way from northeast to southwest, it's got to be northwest to southeast if you want to. I mean, obviously, you don't want that to tornado potential, but if that would happen to have tornado potential, that's the way it would be lined up. Man, sorry about the voice. It is starting to go out.
Yeah, we saw just so much when we were storm chasing that Dan was just going, woo! Like,
Yeah.
really,
Yeah, right.
Yeah, we were going, boo!
But you know what? It was a dangerous situation, Josh, in areas of south central Oklahoma. Those
Yeah.
storms really cranked up.
That's what you don't want to see.
How about Fort Smith? All right, so
Yeah.
here's what we're gonna do. We'll leave the camera up. I can control this, by the way. Let's go to Fort Smith's Public Library and we get a good look at this storm rolling in. This is going to be on Weather 3. Let's go to Weather 3 real quick. Shelf cloud rolling in. We'll have to watch this side of the line. There you get to see that off in the distance. That, by the way, is the lowering, not lowering, but a shelf cloud. Something to watch for sure.
It's that outflow boundary producing a ton of shower and storms now along Interstate 40 near Fort Smith. I've noticed that over the last few scans on reflectivity. Bam, right along that boundary. Okay, somebody is asking in the chat if there's any tornado potential in Farmington. I'll go ahead and answer that question real quick.
No.
No. Yeah, Farmington, actually, you're done. You're done with the severe weather potential. I'd say it's all clear there in Farmington, so you can go ahead and go to bed. It's going to be raining pretty hard throughout the night.
It'll be noisy,
It'll
yeah.
be noisy, but the tornado potential, severe weather potential, it's over in Farmington. You can go to bed.
You can hear the rain coming down, though, right on cue, right as you were talking about that.
Yes. Oh, man, that outflow boundary, like you said, Dan, when these storms catch up, that flash flooding potential can take off.
Oh, yeah, it's definitely going to do that.
Wow.
Heavy rain on Miss Laura's historic site. Weather 2 will show that. Man,
Oh, yeah. Oh,
big old drops.
buckets of rain.
I can hear the yawning. I'm there with you.
Apologies.
Oh, no, you're good.
Try to get through it.
All right. Let's bring up weather 3. Can we bring up weather 3? Close out of that alert, too.
Yeah, it just keeps popping up. It's like it really
I
wants to
know.
remind me. Did this camera flip over a little bit?
That was me.
did
That
you
was
move
me.
it?
I
Okay.
moved it.
I was
Yeah.
going to say, I was like, did the winds get that?
No, I moved it. That
Mhm.
looked kind of a little suspicious. Is there any type of area? It looked like a little more of a supercell in the river valley.
It does have those supercellular characteristics for sure. Yeah, it's just kind of it's just off to the north and west of the radar site.
Yeah, it's pretty close.
Yeah, very close to that.
Not
cone.
anything of super concern.
Yeah, I don't
Let's
see
give
anything
them the
there.
view of the radar here real quick. So weather 2 will show you Miss Laura's historic site. This is the public library. And look at those curtains of rain. So that's a little bit east. The Fort Smith Public Library camera is east of this location, Miss Laura's. There's a Highway 64 bridge. Man, that is some torrential rain. This is not going to take long to flood local areas. We were talking like inch and a half rainfall rates there.
I'm seeing a lot of comments, Dan. I'm just going to go ahead and go down this right now, just real quick. Bentonville, Rogers, you're all clear.
Yep.
Tawnytown, you're all clear. If you live in Pea Ridge, you're all clear. Rogers, all clear. Salem Springs has no tornado potential. You're all clear there. All those folks I just mentioned, I see a ton of comments about those particular towns. You guys are all in the clear. You're
Go
good
to bed.
Yep. Get some sleep.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
Unless you want to keep watching us,
Yeah.
but maybe we'll lull you to sleep
yes.
with my raspy, can't talk because I've been talking for 48 hours straight voice. But there's a look. Yeah, everything. A little bit of heavier rain coming into the eastern side of Benton County. But yeah, Garfield, you don't got to worry. That's not going to be tornadic at all.
Yeah.
We'll take a look here at the velocity image. I don't think that's going to be an issue. But yeah, a lot going on with thunderstorms. And once this line comes through and starts to weaken a little bit and the tornado watch expires at 7 o'clock, it's interesting how fast these cells were moving earlier today. Now, or earlier yesterday, now they're moving really slow and moving eastward really slow as well. But man, it's going to be some tremendous rains. So I want to do something real quick. Let's go to, if we can, weather 3.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to go to weather 3, and I'm going to start looking at some cameras here. So let's go to our I could get this, Josh.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
So there's a look off to the west. That's from Mount Sequoia. And we could do some other views too. So let's go to our WeatherBug Network camera looking off to the southeast. This will be from the Graduate Hotel. Take a look at looking off to the southeast. Just some heavy rain that's coming down across the area. Let's go ahead and we'll take a look here at the Bentonville Square. Be able to get a view of that. Some curtains of rain. So that's pretty much what this is transitioning to right now, Zach and Josh, is a heavy rain event as it continues to unfold here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's go back to
That's a big time concern.
Smith.
That is a big time concern, and we've talked about it all week. How that flash flooding potential was cranking up, and when Zach had that live update the other day, when he had that update, you saw those rainfall totals on the future track model. 3, 4, 5, 6 inches of rain. I mean, we're definitely under the gun for that. Maybe even more than that too, especially in Northwest Arkansas. We've already seen rainfall totals approaching 2 to 3 inches in a lot of locations. We still got to get through that stratiform rain, which is going to dump another 1 to 2 inches of rain, maybe even more than that. And then we've got additional shower and storm development that's coming up later on this afternoon into the evening. So we're not even close to done right now.
What's interesting is we haven't talked at all about that for a little while. So let's do this. Let's go ahead and we'll take a look at the day one convective outlook here.
Yes.
And we'll bring that up here on, let's see, there we go. We got to zoom out a little bit. So day one convective outlook, that is essentially right now for after 7 o'clock in the morning through about basically 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I think that's how long I think the risk is going to last. Maybe a little longer. If we look at the tornado potential, you can see it's hatched to the south. There's all the tornadoes confirmed today. A tornado went through Norman, apparently. Also, that little isolated cell that went through northwestern sections of, Benton County we had, but that's not confirmed right now in Sulphur Springs, but we know there was issues there. And then we'll take a look here at the wind threat, and we got a high probability of damaging wind, and then finally large hail. Let's see what this looks like. So not quite hatched. And, could be because we have all this other activity that's coming in. But look at all the hail reports here.
Yeah.
Several of them. So definitely a lot of isolated supercells earlier today. We'll look at the day two convective outlook. And thankfully, it's finally out of here. So for the first time in like several days, we don't have a severe weather risk. Still thunderstorms, though, possible.
Yeah, it's just more rain. Yeah.
I'll tell you what, though, come midweek,
Yes.
we got some more storms.
Oh, yeah. Say that again, Zach.
I said, come midweek next week, we got some more storm potential.
Severe, too, potentially.
Yep.
Very active.
Better get some sleep from then. All right, let's see here. What's going on in Van Buren? Sometimes that can get you some bad radar data right there.
Yeah. Just looks like very heavy rain.
Yeah.
Doesn't look like much to me.
Alma would have a good view of it if it is anything.
We can turn that to the west there.
Let's see here.
Actually,
Nope, it's not already west.
I got you.
Okay. Looking at the poles, so that's where the storm would be.
Nice pole view there.
Let's see. So that's looking off to the west.
Mm-hmm.
And I think what we want to do here, let's look at the southwest. Man, big raindrops. You can hear them coming down outside.
Heavy rain's definitely arrived in Fayetteville now.
Certainly has.
And speaking of which, if you live in Fayetteville, Johnson, Springdale, Lowell, Greenland, you can go to bed. Prairie Grove, Lincoln, those areas, I've seen some comments about those locations. You can go to bed as well. Severe weather threat is over for those locations. Winslow, still watching. Some stronger winds maybe moving in there.
Yep.
Brentwood, you still need to maybe stay awake a little bit longer. Elkins, we'll keep an eye on things for you there. Mountainburg, within the next 5 minutes or so, you'll be able to go to bed. Chester, got some stronger winds starting to move over your area. Let's pull this up on Weather 2, by the way, with Mega Doppler. That way we can just go ahead and look at that. Well, there's the Alma camera right there. But again, those locations I just mentioned, I know along the I-49 corridor, West Fork, Fayetteville, Johnson, Springdale, those locations I didn't get to mention before. You guys are all clear as we move throughout the rest of the morning hours. Now, that's not a current radar view right there. Yeah, that's an old radar view. So that's not a current view. I don't know why that was showing up there, but this is a current view of the radar right now. This is the only severe thunderstorm warning that we have in effect for our area. This particular severe thunderstorm warning includes much of central and eastern Washington County, including Fayetteville and Winslow, as well as northern Crawford County. That will expire at 4:30 a.m. It still has the tornado possible tag attached to it. So we do need to keep a close eye on everything, those little areas of rotation that try to show up. But right now, not a whole lot of areas of interest, but still some strong winds possible with this storm. That's why Zach's got another track for you right here. So Zach, I'll let you take it away. Let's show that up on Weather 1 right now.
Yeah, so if you take Weather 1, areas that can't go to bed are going to be right here. So if you're in that red area right there, again, we have a tornado possible, severe thunderstorm. And again, no tornado warnings just yet, but this is kind of like a precursor to a tornado warning. We have a severe storm with a tornado possible tag, and this part of the line is there's the part that we're keying in on because it seems to be balanced and a lot of ingredients for tornado spin-ups. And at that segment, a spin up is definitely possible. We've been tracking this line all night. We've seen spin up tornadoes just to the north of this section, but right now we're looking at this, and again, nothing is definite, but we could see a spin up on Mountainburg 402. So pretty much like right now for Mountainburg, this line is making its way through. Elkins 4:07 a.m. That's when you're going to be dealing with this. Beyond that, Sunset 4:14 a.m. Huntsville 4:34 in the morning, St. Paul 4:40, Berryville 4:46, and then Purdy is at 4:53. So if you're in that red shaded area, you can't go to bed just yet. Have a plan in place for a tornado warning. But as of right now, we just have this severe storm warning in effect for Crawford and Washington County for until 4:30 in the morning. So interested to see what's going to happen here. As of right now, the line looks to be balanced, and what that means is we're not seeing any kind of cold outflow. So not really expected to weaken in the near term with that section of the line there.
I will say I have seen maybe some indications over the last few scans here, Zach, of maybe just a little bit more outflow dominance going on here.
Yeah.
Just a little bit more. You see that?
Yeah.
Kind of racing in now. There is one little area that we're watching north of Winslow.
Yeah.
Again, it's going to ramp up and then it's going to die down. But sometimes when it ramps up, it drops tornadoes. So that's why we have to keep a close eye on it. Doesn't quite line up on normalized rotation, but you can see maybe a little nub right there that's starting to show up. But I will say that the parameters that are in place now aren't the best for QLCS tornado potential just because of those shear vectors being parallel to that line there. So we'll continue to keep an eye on it. I will say the heavy rain threat is really starting to crank up over the area. That is for sure. Man, we are getting some very heavy rainfall just off to the north of Fort Smith. Do we have a Mega Doppler pulled up on Weather 2 by chance? If we do, we can go ahead and show that just real quick here. Yep, we do. Yeah, look at all that heavy rain that's going on there. Yeah, just off to the east of Fort Smith now, going along the I-40 corridor near Van Buren. Heavier rain core southeast of Cedarville right now. Alma, you're about to get some really heavy rainfall there. Mountainburg, definitely getting some gusty winds, but the severe weather threat's starting to die down there. Same deal in Chester. Very heavy rainfall, though, about to ramp up. Benton County still encountering some heavy rain, but no more severe weather potential there. And then if we jog a little bit farther south, we're still keeping an eye on southern portions of the River Valley too. So south of Fort Smith, like Greenwood and Sebastian County, down towards Poto and LaFleur County. We got some viewers down there. Those areas we're still keeping an eye out for you. But Zach, I think you would agree that not a whole lot going on there in terms of severe weather potential right now with the way that line's oriented, and also the outflow kind of outracing that quite a bit too.
Oh yeah, definitely outflow dominant, shear vector parallel with that line.
Yeah. So yeah, great signs. This is exactly what we want to see. Obviously, the flash flooding potential is very concerning, but the overall severe weather threat looks a little bit lower in the River Valley, but still keeping an eye on the severe thunderstorm warning. Still got it until 4:30 a.m. I think we might have just maybe gotten an update on that recently. Does have the tornado possible tag. It's moving off to the north and east at 40 mile per hour. Main hazard 60 mile per hour wind gusts. Tail is below severe limits, though. Not seeing a whole lot of that. Maybe some penny-sized hail going on just off to the north and west of Brentwood. But again, a lot of locations along the I-49 corridor starting to be in the clear in terms of severe weather potential. I know one person on there just now, a couple people actually, were talking about Pea Ridge, way in the clear.
But you might be thinking that once this line passes through, you're going to be all set to head to church tomorrow morning, all set to do what you got to do.
Yeah.
But I think the flash flood potential will really be ramping up around daybreak tomorrow.
It absolutely will. There's going to be a lot of people on the roads too.
Yeah, so just keep that in mind. You might want to think twice about heading out tomorrow.
You know what? This is a good time to talk about real quick too. Is a couple days ago, I was here doing the morning show, and we had double-digit accidents in a 2-hour span.
Yeah.
Just from heavy rainfall. There wasn't even severe weather that was moving through northwest Arkansas, but just from heavy rainfall, they were all single vehicle accidents, all involving hydroplaning. Thankfully, nobody got hurt as far as we know from those. But that is something I'm concerned about tomorrow morning. Make sure you're giving yourself plenty of distance between you and the car in front of you. Going below the speed limit as well. I'm just speaking from personal experience right now because I've hydroplaned before on the interstate. It's very scary. It will sneak up on you quickly. So just make sure you're staying safe tomorrow morning, and also avoiding flooded roadways as well. If you see running water across the roadways, it doesn't take much to sweep you away. There's a lot of flood-prone areas in northwest Arkansas, so just make sure you're taking it nice and easy. Very good reminder right there.
Yeah, Zach. And the precautions are really important, and car maintenance too. If you're having good tires, having good windshield wipers, that's really important. So
absolutely.
Well,
let's.
Hey, it's true.
Hey,
I know it's true. Yeah, no.
Oh, why you guys having some trouble?
Josh's windshield wipers were a little suspect tonight.
Unreliable 245,000 mile Honda Civic, and I put the cheapest stuff on it. So
that's all right. That's all right. Hey, I do want to say this though. Another thing you were mentioning is, you were talking about hydroplaning, all that stuff. If your windshield wipers are going, your headlights need to be glowing. I mean, we saw over 24 people that had their lights off in the middle of a rainstorm. Sure, it might be in the middle of the day, but your visibility is reduced. It's dark, and it's a state law.
Yeah.
So you've got to turn on your headlights. You've got to manually turn them on. Think, okay, I'm turning on my windshield wipers. I got to turn on my headlights. Sometimes they'll automatically turn on. But it makes it really tough to see, you guys, when you pull out in intersections, and that's what maybe sometimes some of the accidents are caused from, is that. I can't stress that enough. And it makes it really dangerous, especially when you're pulling out into an intersection or maybe a real busy road and you got that middle turning lane and you wait for someone to, drive by, pass you, and then you're able to merge into traffic. It might look like it's clear, and all of a sudden a car comes up out of nowhere because it's gray and it's tough to see. So that could be an issue.
You can't see those brake lights either as well. It's very dangerous for the person behind you, and it really enhances that likelihood of a rear end crash as well, which we unfortunately see a lot of when there's rain moving through northwest Arkansas. So just be very careful tomorrow. Good reminders right there for sure.
Yeah, just some driving safety tips, because you will be encountering this in the early morning hours, especially if you're headed out. I know your mom might be headed out too. I think this will be severe weather-wise. It'll be on a downhill trend. You noticed a couple areas of the storm. You got this one that's still tornado, possible severe thunderstorm warned. So still there with tornado possible, but you can see the circulation kind of still showing up. It is balanced. It is something to watch. It could always ramp up. We won't let our guard down until this completely crosses our weather coverage area. But there's also another area that has not seen a lot of thunderstorm activity, and that's not disturbed, that's going to be LaFleur County. In fact, you can see this line a little bit more balanced there. You can see the outflow boundary well out ahead of it in the line of storms in Fort Smith, Sebastian County, and central LaFleur County. But southern LaFleur County, maybe that storm could even ride that boundary That'll be something to watch. Some cell interactions with boundaries. We'll have to see this area. And man, that's just lagging back so far. That's going to take a little while to get here.
It just doesn't make our jobs any easier. That's for sure. I saw you right there. the eyes. Just trying to get the tear ducts.
You gotta have the tape over the eyes, like Sylvester the cat.
Yeah, or like that dog from Looney Tunes that has the big droopy eyes.
Yeah. I know what you're talking about.
Yes.
All right. Well, anyways, let's do another. Why don't we do a track on this, Zach, as we're watching this storm? If it does ride the boundary, it does have a little bit of hail associated with it, so it'll be something to watch southwest of Fort Smith as it makes its way eastward. Couple things to watch along that line. I think the circulation, though, for us is going to be weakening for Washington County, and I don't think that tornado possible is going to hang around anymore. Just looking at some of the radar data here that I'm noticing of the storm from Washington County. So, wow. Sorry about that. All right. Well, 411. We got one more storm. We have a tornado pop. Once that storm drops, severe thunderstorm warning, and that only goes, about another 21 minutes?
Yeah, 19 minutes to go.
Okay. So it goes probably until 4:30. And then once that's done and there's no more warnings, we'll continue on Facebook Live for just a few more minutes.
Tornado possible.
Right on cue.
There we go.
And it's in that LaFleur County storm, as we just talked about.
There you go.
Yep.
You know, this might have a little bit better potential, especially riding that boundary. We cannot take our eye off of that. So let's show you. Right now, not much. But again, the rain is moving away from the radar, towards the radar, a little bit on the east side. We'll set the storm motion from the warning. You'll see the velocity change just a little bit. It's going to be located just to the southwest of Albion and north of Neshoba. And then Hanobi, you've got in southwest LaFleur County.
Yeah, that severe thunderstorm warning, too, goes until 5 o'clock a.m. Moving off to the east.
All right.
Yep, here we go. Moving off to the east at 45 miles per hour.
I'll be right back. I'm going to go drink a Baja Blast.
Yeah, I know. Or two.
We got a fresh track on that storm.
Do it, Zach.
All right. Yeah, so
Weather one.
take weather one. Again, we're looking at LaFleur County. This is another severe storm warning, and this includes LaFleur County. That's in our forecast area. And again, this is a tornado possible. So the precursor to a tornado warning. As of right now, we're not seeing any tornadoes, but the potential is definitely there. So have a plan in place if one of these areas starts to rotate and a tornado warning gets issued. Have a plan in place to get to your safe spot. But as of right now, just kind of a precursor to that call of action. So if you are in the area of Neshoba around 4:14 a.m. So again, this line is moving, is sped up. It was going slow earlier. Now it's going about 45 miles per hour to the east-northeast. Talihina, 4:23 in the morning. Hanobi, 4:37 a.m. Beyond that, Heavener, 4:57 a.m. And then Big Cedar around 4:59, 5:12 a.m. West Hartford. So it's passing through southern LaFleur County, and that's what Dan was mentioning earlier. They're a little bit further north in LaFleur County. There is the outflow boundary area, but the area that's west of Talihina down to Neshoba, that is balanced, and that could produce a tornado. But as of right now, just tornado possible. And we got Josh looking at mega Dopplers. You see any signs of rotation in there?
So not anything that's prevalent. Maybe a little bit going on here just to the west of Hanobi or southwest of Whitesboro. We'll be able to get Mega Doppler back up in just a few moments. But for now, as Zach just mentioned, those areas there it is right there. So there's Mega Doppler right there. So here's what I was talking about, just off to the west of Hanobi. Maybe a little area that's going on there. It did kind of ramp up just a little bit earlier. You're going to notice some little area of enhanced winds there just to the west of Clayton. That might have done something there, and that might have prompted that severe thunderstorm warning. That might have been the trigger to go ahead and do that. I will say right now it's kind of disorganized a little bit right there, but as you mentioned, Zach, it's line normal. It's kind of perpendicular as well there, so we need to keep a close eye on that. I do think, and this is just my opinion on the matter, that if the severe thunderstorm warning is continued into Madison County, it might not have a tornado possible tag on it. We're still going to watch it, but it does look like that's kind of becoming very outflow dominant as it kind of overruns the outflow. So we'll watch that severe thunderstorm warning very closely as long as it's in effect there in Fayetteville. We'll keep watching the entire line very closely, obviously. But as Dan was mentioning earlier, and he basically called it like 2 minutes before it happened, we have this severe thunderstorm warning with the tornado possible tag on it for portions of the Flora County. That does include the Heavener area. I wouldn't be surprised if that warning was extended a little bit farther east. And again, this severe thunderstorm warning will go until 5 o'clock a.m. So that's the one that we're looking at right now. Of course, at the very least, Zach, very heavy rainfall, very strong winds, probably going to be moving through the area there. Let's take another look at reflectivity because we got a new scan. So again, just keeping an eye on it, watching it like a hawk, because that's what you got to do with these QLCS type spin ups. It's just like you snap your finger and bam, there's something going on. So
it happens very fast. It might not be there right now, but that next scan, it might pop up. So we've been talking about having a plan in place if we get a spin up. So what do we mean by that? Well, if we take weather one in just a second, we can show you the acronym here that we like to associate with tornado warning. So as of right now, there are no tornado warnings, but it is going to be a possibility. And what do? You have to get downstairs, lowest floor of the building, get under something, and the C stands for center of the building, and definitely keep away from windows. So if you get a tornado warning, follow these steps right there, and then that's going to be the safest thing to do. But again, as of right now, we have no tornado warnings, but we just had that tornado possible severe storm issued for southern LaFleur County. We've been eyeing that for the past couple of scans because you can see this is the Fort Smith radar, little bit of outflow in northern LaFleur County. So the Podo area, I think that's not of concern right now. But if we head down south, Tallahena and areas in that polygon, that yellow polygon, that is a tornado possible. That's going to be in effect till 5 a.m.
Yeah, it looks like it's riding along the Highway 271 corridor as well. Yeah, that area does seem to be favored for severe weather. It seems like every time we have severe weather coverage, we're talking about, southern LaFleur County there, especially near that Big Cedar area along Highway 271 as well as Highway 259. So got to keep a close eye on that there. If we go back to weather 2, we can take a look at High Heat and Cooling Mega Doppler once again. Maybe an area of interest right there, just to the northwest of Hanobi. Actually, definitely does look a little bit better right there. It does line up with base reflectivity. So here we go, Zach. One little area there that's starting to show up of potential rotation, and got a little bit of thunder going on here in Fayetteville as well.
Yeah,
that's gonna.
Yeah, and that little area that you're zooming in on there, that little nub, we don't like to see that because then if that starts making its way to the northeast, kind of becomes line normal to that shear vector.
Yeah.
So that's why we're looking at the bulges and the nubs on that line there.
Yeah, that's kind of why we go back and forth too between reflectivity and velocity more than we would normally do on a supercell, because you want to make sure that reflectivity and that velocity line up with each other, right? Because you can get, these little areas that kind of jog out, right? They show up on radar and they look like they're rotating, but they're really not. And so you have to have that kind of that little area there of interest that lines up with the reflectivity. Looking at normalized rotation as well, there is an area there of maybe some enhanced normalized rotation. So it all lines up. That's definitely a spot to watch very closely. Kind of almost looks like this is bowing out just a little bit too there. So this little area northwest of Hanobi, moving just south of U.S. Highway 271. That area of rotation is moving off to, I believe, the east-northeast at about 40 miles an hour. So if you live near the Whitesboro area, you need to be keeping an eye on this for sure as that storm continues to move off to the east. And just as quickly as it ramps up, it starts falling apart again. It's well, that's what it does. That's what it does sometimes.
Look at that area in southeast Washington County.
Okay, we're going to go back up to southeast Washington County. Let's take a look at that.
Oh, that doesn't look as good either.
Yeah. It ramps up and then it goes away. And it's because the shear vectors are not favorable right now for QLCS tornado potential, which is a great thing, which is fantastic. We want that to continue, but as long as there's severe thunderstorm warnings, as long as there's storms that are line normal like that, especially in Washington County and northern Crawford County, as well as in LaFleur County, we're going to be watching them until they kind of drop off a little bit.
We're going to do something real quick on weather one, if we can. Just got a severe thunderstorm warning on the app. So is there a new warning?
That's
interesting.
don't think so.
So, all right. So weather 3, I'm going to walk in front. Well, I don't know if this camera's set here. Hold on just a second. Yeah, I think that moved a little bit. And I need you to kind of slide over on this on weather 2. But you can bring me up here in front of when we get the camera set. I just want to show you some of the damage. So this is, in fact, Wyatt Puck, our weather intern, when he was mentioning, whoa.
Look at all those Dans.
Woo.
Oh, we got radar too.
All right. Well, yeah, here's a look at radar. Here we go.
We're good. We're
That's
good.
all right. I thought that was my vision going away on such a long day. But anyways, here's a look at tree damage near Sulphur Springs. This is just to the west of Sulphur Springs. And this is from that tornado warning storm earlier this morning in Benton County. Now, what we need to do is just kind of advance this and look at some of the other pictures, because I got 4 pictures on here. So if you want, Josh, you can hit that arrow and we can pan over and we can look at some of the other photos. So here's one. You can see that's about an 18-inch diameter tree. A lot of tree branches down, some trees that were knocked down, just some scenes there. There's a tree blocking the road. So this is that area where Wyatt saw those power flashes, and definitely a lot of trees that are coming down. So, yeah, I know. What a great time for that to show up.
Great.
Appreciate it.
That's just been the theme all day with us, dude.
It really kind of has. And we're all right with that. So there you go. One more view here.
Yes. And we'll put this in full screen.
There's a look at that so you can see that tree branch that came down. But anyways, thanks, Wyatt, for sending those pictures. Thank you, Ad Blocker, for popping up.
Yeah, it's just
timely.
Exposed. I mean, look, I bet everybody else has an ad blocker too.
Let's go ahead and we'll keep looking at Mega Doppler.
Yes, I did want to give you an update that severe thunderstorm warning for Washington County has been allowed to expire early. So no more severe thunderstorm warning on that storm, but still going to keep an eye on it. That's for sure. The only severe thunderstorm warning in our weather coverage area is in LaFleur County.
And when they issued that one, now we got to wait till about 5 o'clock here in the morning till that expires.
Good news is I don't really see any areas of interest right now.
Yeah.
So that's a good sign. Yeah.
Heavy rain, though, coming down. We should look at some of the rain totals if we can. Some Doppler radar estimated rainfall totals.
Yeah.
We can do that on Weather 1.
Yeah, let me pull that up real quick. Maybe we could do like one of those box ones, too, where we can see the average accumulation. Stand by here. Crunchy.
Sorry, I'm chewing ice.
Is that a Baja Blast?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. All right, there we go. We've got that pulled up here on Weather
Got to
One.
get through the day.
Yeah. The day has started.
So north of Tahlequah, we'll see what that flooding report is.
Yeah.
Because that's kind of something new there. So we'll query that. First of all, here's the average accumulation in that area. 3
About
inches
3 inches. Yeah.
coming from that. And we got a couple flash flood reports too as well.
Yeah. So let me go ahead and take a look at those. I'm going to zoom in here.
You can just click on it and see what it looks like.
I'm going to zoom in so I can actually see that.
So there it is near Tahlequah, just to the north of Tahlequah. In fact, multiple flash flood reports, street flooding. I think we already saw that.
We saw that one.
Yeah.
That's the only one I'm seeing right there. See a lot of wind damage reports. And
Yeah,
there's
definitely a lot of wind.
2 tornadoes as well. But man, this is just the beginning of it too. I mean, we've got a lot more rain to go over the next 24 plus hours. So
Yeah, it's such a slow moving system.
yes,
We can go to weather too. We can bring this up full and we'll kind of look at the big picture. And so this system has been organizing over the last several days. And this is just a lot of severe weather. So if you're flying a plane, you would see lightning all over the place with this line. Speaking of lightning, on cue, right outside. Look at the cold air too that's wrapping in this system. Now, one of the things that we can do is look at water vapor, and water vapor will really show us what's happening with the atmosphere. So here's the upper level spin. It was kind of lagging back a little bit. There's definitely some energy that sparked off some thunderstorms. That's where those storms really started to crank up. So, and then again, you can look at the precipitation totals and just see it all across the area. So definitely some heavy rain that fell from that system. Got multiple flash flood warnings south of Kansas City. Definitely a high impact event, that's for sure. No doubt about that. Maybe a little bit less in the Northwest Arkansas area, which would be nice.
yeah, I'll say during the daytime hours that risk that was in Oklahoma and northern Texas didn't materialize. But man, as soon as that low level jet kicked in, night fell.
Man, all those
we had
tornadoes
those,
right
yeah,
there.
and they were significant, potentially violent tornadoes that went on, and multiple supercells too. You had one tornado that went over one area, and then you had another one right behind it that tracked over the same location. It was
Yeah.
unbelievable to watch on radar.
You really hope there weren't any lives lost in that area near
Yeah.
Sulphur. But man, some of those power line flash videos, just constant barrage of power line flashes. So this is just a rain event here at this point. Northwest Arkansas also a rain event. I think this storm's not even looking as impressive either, as that energy just kind of lags back a little bit. Make sure that we set the storm motion from the warning.
It should be already set.
Yeah. So what about nothing really there, huh? Not much.
It just
Shows up. It's right on the leading edge, but starting to enter into Southwest Washington County, Whitesboro. But I think that's going to be it. After that moves out, I think that's going to be the end of the severe weather threat in terms of hail, damaging winds, and tornadoes. Flooding, though, and the flash flooding aspect will be on the rise. Zach, what are we getting from some comments here?
Just a lot about
Not that
people if they can go to bed. Maybe we should just take a wide shot and just see what's going on this line. Probably a lot of people wondering about if they can go to bed or not.
Well, I'll tell you this: the entire Interstate 49 corridor. So, Benton County, Washington County, Crawford County, y'all are good to go to bed. So that includes Bentonville, Rogers, Bella Vista, Fayetteville, Winslow, all those areas, Benton, Washington, Crawford County, you're all clear. And I think we're getting closer to the point where the severe weather potential is going to start going down too for areas east of there.
Overall, this is expired, isn't it?
Yeah,
Gone.
the severe thunderstorm warning that was issued for Washington County expired about 5 minutes ago. They allowed that to expire. They canceled it. And then, the severe
Still showing up. I guess it does not drop until the time's over, and that's
interesting on
Okay.
WSI.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
And you got more storms that are popping up, but
You want to know what's crazy, Dan? You just showed that big wide view of all those showers and storms that are going on over the midsection of the country. The only severe thunderstorm warning in the entire country is here
yeah,
in our weather coverage area.
in LaFleur County.
Yes. Because of course.
Sums up the day.
Yep.
But hey, if we can get through this unscathed with no damage in Northwest Arkansas, the River Valley, nobody getting hurt, no property being, I know we had some trees down, but so far I think it's been pretty minimal, and we're thankful for that in a major way.
Always a blessing. Always a blessing when that happens.
So yeah, we'll let this warning see if we expire. We'll make sure that it doesn't start to rotate. Typically, we'll say, all right, nothing's happening. We'll return you back to programming, and then all of a sudden it ramps back up again. And you got to go through the whole process. I don't think that's happening though. I really don't.
Yeah, not with the current parameters in place.
I think we might be able to just kind of start to wrap up this coverage here.
Yeah.
On television, we'll hold on to it for a little bit longer on the stream. So
yeah.
All right, Zach, Josh, we're going to kind of wrap things up here as we still got more storms this afternoon. I don't know exactly how this is going to all materialize, how it's going to all play out, but we do have that enhanced risk across the area. You've been doing a lot of the forecasting today, and you can kind of let them know what are the real chances of seeing severe weather again this afternoon.
We've been talking about 2 rounds. Been talking about tonight, obviously, but that second round later on tomorrow afternoon, evening. So I think things are going to ramp up again around peak heating. So 4 or 5 p.m. And then,
man, that's right at the
was-
magic time too.
I
This
was-
afternoon, yeah.
Yeah.
looking at some of the latest model, maybe lingering to maybe around 10 p.m.
Wow.
So we got another round coming in today.
And with a lot more flash flooding potential too. At
Yeah.
the very least there.
Yeah, it's
I
going to
mean,
be
this-
lingering too.
And then we have additional showers and storms that might be possible as we move throughout the rest
Middle
of this week as
you're
well.
saying potential for
Yeah.
some severe weather as well. So
Yeah.
from all of us at your Weather Authority team, great voice crack at the end there. That was
Oh
awesome.
yeah.
But from all of us at Weather Authority team, for Josh, Zach, and I, we'll continue our live stream on social media. We'll return you back to your programming. You have a great rest of your Sunday. We'll be here for you. Keep it here. We'll keep you advised. All righty, guys.
Oh, buddy.
Whew, man. First of all, I'm like starting to hallucinate.
Well, we just got our
Yes.
first flash flood advisory.
I knew that was happening.
Yeah,
So first of all, that doesn't have rotation.
that's done.
None of that stuff's done. That's gone. That's falling apart. That's not so done, but we're still watching it. Let's see here. West Central, Northwestern Arkansas may get a couple of or so strong tornadoes late this evening. I don't know if this system's good, but it's not like crazy. I mean, it still produced a lot of stuff. There's no doubt about that. But I don't know. The energy, is it really ejecting or is it lifting noise?
It's lifting the load.
Yeah, we can
Let's check it out.
take a look at it.
I mean, it
First of all,
didn't move.
I got to commend you, Zach. Zach has been working we're going to give you a round of applause here. Swole Zach.
Swole King.
the other day.
Yes, sir.
I'm serious. He has been working nonstop today. You've been doing a bunch of severe weather preparation. And now, how long have you been here? It's been over 12 hours. So now the question is
it's 14
14 hours.
and counting.
I got to go home for a little bit.
You did?
Oh, all right.
Okay. Did you work out?
I did before I
Ah.
came in.
I love it.
Got to do some.
I worked out my jaw with like trolley worms and
Hard candies.
hard candy.
Oh,
I was
yeah.
crushing
Those
those.
hard candies.
How's Missouri looking? Nothing major, just some rain. Rogers is in the clear. Good night. Good night. I wish we could say good night. We just got one more storm. Now here's the deal. Don't be surprised if you have a boom or something like that, because you'll get those stratiform lightning bolts on the back side of the system.
And that is a healthy stratiform raincore. Oh
I got
my
white on the
goodness.
phone.
Oh,
I guess not.
Yeah, I feel bad, but it kind of happened to me. Reality is a storm chasing, man.
yeah, storm chase was fun. We were chasing on your day off. Yeah.
I saw a lot of people talking about the karaoke. So a lot of people were carrying over from the karaoke. And what a session that was.
Well, yeah, obviously we can't have that much fun when we're doing real severe weather coverage.
Yeah.
There we're just kind of following some storms. Then when the storms got a little bit greater, then we had chaser convergence.
Yeah.
Zach, the chaser convergence
Oh.
was so bad.
Oh,
Chaser
dude.
convergence.
And I'm telling you, Zach, right now, like the people out there were making I think it was some of the worst driving I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah.
It
Oh,
it
yeah?
had to be like some of the worst
You're
driving.
probably
Everybody
driving.
pulling up.
Breaking suddenly.
I'm a storm chaser here too. Cool.
Yeah, nice.
Did you guys get anything?
Oh,
Kid
man, that's a
Twister.
nice looking
No,
tornado.
that's,
right
a
there.
that's a tornado.
We're probably driving automatics. That's probably why.
Oh, well.
Well, I guess
that's
we're
right.
lumped into
That is the full reason that people can't drive. Because they're driving on automatic.
It's
All right,
true.
well, I'm out.
They should outlaw automatics.
That is
Oh,
something
nice.
Soul King would say.
So here's the deal, man. People are like looking at the storm. They're just pulling in front of people, stopping, slamming on the brakes. They'll just stop in the middle of the road.
Dude, there was like a bunch of 15-year-old kids that were walking like in the
They would
median.
just stop.
I was like, damn, look, there's people walking in the middle of the road. You're like, where? I'm like, right there. They're walking in the middle of the road.
Yeah.
I'm like, what are we doing?
We had some hail earlier a couple of weeks ago. Southwest Pennsylvania. You've had a lot of storms last year. I remember that.
Wow.
My voice sounds lovely.
I
your
blame
your
it on-
voice sounds good. It's probably all the singing.
I blame it on Thunderstruck. That's what got you. That one song, it took you over the edge.
Oh yeah, Brandon Mountain's in the clear. Good night. Have a great night. Enjoy. Let's show you how glitchy is Megadop. Oh, Zach, continuing to show you stuff here.
Yes, sir.
Anderson, we just gotta wait for this storm just in case. The last thing we'd want is for something to spin up.
Yeah.
Just a little bit. I'm
It
sorry.
expires at 5. So,
Any picks of damage and sulfur. We do have it.
yeah.
Okay. Hey, thank you, man.
Thank you. You're
Oh yeah,
close.
wait, hey, whoa. Hold on.
Hold on. We gotta
All the different changes of sources is right there, right there.
Yes, sir.
And this guy came in on his day off. Thank you so much for doing that. We needed you, man.
Came in early.
The
Yeah.
man, the myth, the legend.
Came in on
Anderson time.
time. Tornado warning was issued.
Yeah.
Boom, we were on. Knew that would be the case, but I gotta say SBC did pretty well having that risk kind of on northwestern Benton County, and then they dropped it off slowly as it made its way in.
That was
Yeah.
actually perfect because that's where that
pretty
tornado warning was. That's where that tornado was.
Wasn't bad. So, all right, see you, man.
All right, I'll be in the
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
that's right. You can't go.
We'll see you in like 2 minutes.
Yeah. Oh, come on now. All right, so glitchy?
Glitchy.
No,
You sure? Yeah.
no, not glitchy. South of Whitesboro, right there.
Don't do it.
Yeah.
Leaf activity. Just want to see the line here.
Can parallel or to the radar set?
Parallel park?
I can't do that.
No,
No, I mean, probably. I never have.
Just built different.
no worries for Madison County. We'll show you. We're watching. It's funny because I'm so tired and I can hear you yawning. And I had to stop yawning on the air.
I'm telling you, man, QLCS setups are so exhausting.
Yeah,
You cannot take your eyes off of it. I've been just
I know.
It's like you cannot take your eyes off of it.
Hey, should we look? No, Arena. No concern, Fort Smith. This is all. See, look at this. This is an outflow boundary. That outflow boundary is way out ahead of the storms. Yeah, that's not going to do it.
Yeah, I agree.
If Scott County is going to get outflow boundary. I'll have a little bit. Hey, question. Let's look at some HRRR models just in case, and the graph. Even though it probably won't have anything, let's see what it does for tomorrow. Oh, pretty good. All right. Oh. I don't even remember what I asked you to do. HRRR. Oh yeah.
this is advanced tiredness right here.
I really don't.
This is advanced
I really
tiredness right
I mean, really, for Zach, this is like the normal. How is everybody up still? 4,600 people. On here.
Yeah.
I mean, cooking.
Because of all, look at the HRRR. I'm not buying it. What is this? This is doing terrible.
What? Right now?
Is that the new HRRR? That's not extended, right?
That is the short range, brand new,
What?
hot off the press.
Okay, hold on. Let's go back to the very beginning of the HRRR run. Let's go between that and Mega Doppler and compare these. So
All right.
there's that's what the HRRR
See,
saying is happening right
This
now.
is the same model. It's got it right in the middle of us. This is the same model that took a dew point on a sounding and had it way to the right of the temperature. You know?
Yeah.
Like, wow, so bad.
Absolute garbage.
Twitter's having problems playing video. Wow, just wow.
And then show
What is going on? I thought you guys went off. We did. We went off a TV. Weird. There's a face on there to the right. Old man Stormy. Huh. Is this the face? Right there by Mountain Home.
kind of looks like
It
yeah.
does kind of look like a face.
It's old man Stormy.
Huh.
He's saying hi.
Right here. I'll show you.
Little face.
Ah, it's gone.
Hey God.
He gone.
No, you have to get a pause point, remember?
Yeah.
You can draw it out.
You're just pointing it out. Well, there you go.
Right here is this where you're seeing the face? So like little eyes. There's a nose. There's the snot coming out of his nose.
It's not.
Can you zoom in on that?
I gotta go into it.
Oh wait, no, you
No, you
don't.
don't. You can just
No. Wait a minute.
Yeah, you can do that. Did you not know that?
There's the face.
How did you do that?
You
Looks
just,
like Shrek sneezed out this food.
you just got to be in a pause point, and then you can like just control the camera view from there. Is that a pause point? Yeah.
But as soon as you hit it, it's gonna go nuts.
Wait.
So watch. There.
Yeah.
Now it'll bounce in. And then as soon as you click off, it'll disappear. Okay, back to this trash. 4:30 a.m.
Gosh, that's
4:30 a.m.
terrible. And it's not even close.
Whoa.
Did you see something? Are you seeing stars?
No, I like literally, I just dozed off there.
I could tell.
I did.
Yeah, I was.
I did. I just dozed off.
The subtle whoa.
You know you're tired by looking at faces on the radar. Yeah, I am tired. That's been just in the outflow boundary. Let me show you what we're looking at here.
Wait, how do you get? What do you just like honors? Oh, you got to click off of it,
Yeah.
and then there's the back scene.
What's the best time?
Dude, look at all that coming back in. And there's some more energy coming in. You can see it right there.
Okay, here Zach's doing a breakdown. We got radar, we got all that stuff. So let's look at this. So Zach, what are we looking at here?
Those are the short range future track.
Yeah, but at the same time, let's go back to what it's happening, what it shows right now.
Yeah, but here's my thinking.
Yeah.
I think the atmosphere is going to be more prime versus the weather because all this stuff is going to be out of there. Because like we might even see a little bit of breaks of sun before we get the energy coming in later on tomorrow evening.
That'd be bad news.
So, and those are supercells. So I think tomorrow,
Or today.
yeah, about
Like in a few hours.
about 12 hours from now, could be a bit, could be some trouble. But good news is, you should be out of here by like 10. Let's see what the long range model does.
Biggest threat, hail, tornadoes, or just plain old heavy rain and lightning in northwest Arkansas this morning. This morning will be just plain old heavy rain.
Oh, now it's got it holding on to like midnight.
Oh.
Well, I saw a comment that the NAM is doing a better job, and the NAM's probably not in.
I don't trust anything.
Yeah.
I don't trust any of the models. I don't like the name. I don't like the HRRR. I don't like the good for nothing model. GFS. Not accurate model. That's the name.
Never. Not accurate.
Dude, I just see your eyes.
I did.
It was like
I-
in slow
I-
motion. It was in slow motion too. I was like looking over to the right,
Whoa.
and it was just like,
We can't look. This is starting to rotate again.
stop it. Dude.
And not only is it starting to rotate, it is along a boundary.
This iPad's about to die.
Ooh, let's charge it. No, I literally have.
Oh, it definitely has ramped up. Look at that.
I'll fall apart. I don't know, Zach.
I don't know. I mean, tomorrow. What are we in the enhanced?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, for this evening.
May stabilize, may die out again. It's
It's all
possible.
a possibility. Hopefully it is. But
We
reality,
can stay up for a new risk here in a few minutes.
I know. Dude, I got shows coming up in 12 minutes. Oh, wait.
No, you don't.
Dang, I've been hanging out with Dan for 24 straight hours.
I'm so sorry.
I just no, I improved my karaoke skills. That was the most important thing that happened today. Oh, that storm chase.
What time did you guys get going?
We left here around 7 o'clock. Dan and I met around 6:45. We had a nice little chaser convoy going on.
You know what?
Convoy.
Better stop recording these cameras, huh?
Yeah. And the wife had 20 pounds. Those red dots. Instant replay. Huh.
All right, we're getting some comments about people wondering about if they can go to bed.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Bentonville, Fayetteville, Rogers, P Ridge, I-49 corridor go to bed.
Yep.
Fort Smith, you can go to bed.
Oh. Allen Elementary just had a bunch of lightning. Finally. Ah, yeah.
It's stratiform.
Stratiform.
It's so cool to see like those stratiform rain cores cause like those high amperage bolts.
Yeah, Ava, that was confirmed, that tornado. And there was some damage. Still gotta watch till 7 a.m.
No, did we just get? Somebody said they just got another severe warning.
No.
Who said that?
The Jacqueline.
Oh, are they talking about the weather app? Because we got some comments about the weather app.
Yeah, I was getting a warning, and it was like, why did it go off?
That was right when it expired. That's when they canceled it. When you got that, like that was right when they canceled it.
I wouldn't be surprised if there was a warning in our northeastern counties.
What's this? You see this? What's this? See that? What is that?
Yeah, it's garbage.
Garbage. Oh. That Decatur City Hall camera was gonna have a great deal of time lapse there.
Mm-hmm.
You could definitely see that lowering.
Right where the trees are.
Always. Wouldn't have it any other way.
Yeah, we're getting some questions about tomorrow. So, should we expect more severe weather?
Today.
Yeah, today, evening, night, Rogers, Bentonville, and nearby. Like, yeah.
Let's just see. Let's just like reevaluate. How about that?
Tomorrow, or
It's getting me too. It's getting me too.
Yeah, because I just don't know. We really don't.
Clarksville. We can sleep during the stratiform rain.
Oh yeah, that's gonna be good. I will not take long to fall asleep.
It's like instant for you.
It kind of will be,
Yeah.
even with Baja Blast.
I'm not even joking, dude. When
Zach,
you-
I ate so bad today.
You ate so bad?
Yeah. The only thing I ate was like Subway. That was about the only thing but everything else was chaser food.
yeah, the hard candies and
Hard candies, sugar, trolley worms.
good stuff, man.
No,
Healthy stuff.
no excuse.
That's healthy.
I mean, it's easy. You just gotta get yourself a lunchbox like that one back there with some ice packs and pack some food.
Did you bring your cooked ground beef?
Yep.
Nice.
Some
You're
rice.
so healthy.
But
man.
it is very healthy. Ground beef, all next reality.
You know, I might be out of rice though.
Ava, good night. Yes, we will watch it. Oh, guess what? Egon. Now look, though, this is annoying. WSI warning.
It's going to stay there until,
Mega Doppler gone.
and that warning will stay there until 5.
WSI warning.
Yep.
Mega Doppler gone.
I don't understand it.
We won't do it 3 times.
Well, maybe. WSI, still there.
Warning.
The warning.
Mega Doppler gone.
All right.
So when it expires, it's off of there, but yeah, it doesn't.
Oh, nice. They expect.
So no more warnings. Good night, everyone. Thank you for watching.
Again, one more round of applause for Zach Gilday.
Mr. Gilday.
Yeah, I think you guys were
Dude, you were here
You were at
working,
work.
and now you're still working even after your shift. So.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Thanks for watching. You guys need to go to bed too.
Yeah,
I
Go
mean,
ahead.
4,000.
it's like, go home. It's over. What are you still here for? You're welcome.
Yeah.
You guys are welcome.
Peace out, homies.
Peace out, homies.
Yeah.
Peace.
Peace.
San Dimas football rules. Good night.